what is the real cost of food? Because right now we're subsidizing and making accessible the wrong food
Yeah.
at a price that is cheaper and does satiate and does make you feel healthier in the moment, but is also like leading to diabetes and obesity and all of these other things that are actually have a tremendous cost to our healthcare system and a tremendous cost to our population writ large.
The future of food is being created as we speak, and the science fiction of today might become the science fact of tomorrow. I'm your host, Mike Lee. I'm a food futurist, innovator, and author. Each week, we explore today's signals to reveal tomorrow's possibilities. We'll challenge assumptions, we'll question conventional wisdom, we'll imagine what could be, and talk to the innovators who are shaping what will be. This is the Tomorrow Today Show. Let's get started. Hello, world. Welcome to today's episode on the future of grocery. Today, we're asking, how is grocery evolving beyond simply being a place to buy food? Physical experiences, digital innovations, community hubs, personalized shopping. We're going to try to cover all of it. Grocery is being reimagined on all set of aspects, and we have some great guests today who have been shaping the future of grocery and really observing very closely. First guest we're going to have is Doug Scholz. He's of the Chief Operating Officer of the California Grocers Association. Going to give us a little bit of a glimpse of what's happening over there in the most populous state in America, California. We're also going to talk with what I consider part of the new guard, Michael Robinov, CEO of Farm to People, about creating direct relationships between urban consumers and sustainable agriculture. As usual, I do not do these alone. Our guest co-host today is a good friend of mine and super smart wizard of the industry. I'm joined by Melanie Bartleme. She's Associate Director of Food and Drink at Mintel, the research firm, and she's been tracking grocery trends and consumer behavior for over a decade. But I also know in a lot of our personal conversations that she is just obsessed and passionate about grocery and food, even if it wasn't her job. Is that right, Melanie?
It's true. And it's so funny because I have quite literally taken friends on tours of grocery stores just to show them what I'm excited about.
I absolutely love that. Well, so let's start from the beginning, which usually puts us slightly in the past. Let's frame this out, Melanie. How would you sort of define the grocery store of today compared to 10 years ago? Not just as your analyst hat for sure, but just like as a person as well who loves food. Like, what's changed over the last decade?
I think it's changed in several significant ways. I mean, I know that we can't talk about grocery without talking about the impact of COVID. But I think for me, just I grew up as sort of a grocery kid. I always loved being able to go and like pick out that little treat at the register. I worked in a grocery store when I was younger. I was a cashier. My mom worked in the same grocery store. So I feel like it was a lot less exciting then. It was very much functional. You go in, you get your things, you decide if you're going to buy a brand or you're going to get generic, which was just basically sacrificing for price. And I feel like today it is so many different things in so many different ways that I know we're going to break that down a little bit more, but just walking in and seeing all of the different areas that you can spend your time and your energy in, you can get your drinks, you can get the restaurant experience, the food service and retail. That's been amazing to watch happen. The idea that trendy products are not just something that you have to get in a restaurant or get in a specialty shop, the way that those things have been coming through. And then I think especially post 2008 recession, the idea that the private label, the own brand, generic is no more. It is its own thriving business. And I think really inspiring everybody out there to stay on their toes so that they can be part of that innovation process. So maybe sort of that excitement and that quality perception changing so significantly.
Yeah. Or if you're a Trader Joe's, that's literally your whole thing is
Yeah,
private label. Like, yeah.
yeah. And I mean, the Trader Joe's is still a destination for sure, and they've done a really great job, I think, through the way they swap things in and out of making it stay that way and bringing things back and forth. But the fact that you can go to some of these just regular old stores and go, oh my gosh, what are those flavors they're coming out with? What is this? Even talking about the Walmart private label brands trying to really come in and grab those consumers who are looking for something exciting, colorful, flavorful.
Yeah.
It's a whole new
Yeah.
world.
All right, so there's a lot there to unpack. Maybe let's start at one of the earlier things you said about kind of COVID. I feel like during COVID, pre-COVID, right before COVID, people for years had been talking about like this digital transformation of the supermarket industry, and it'll take 5-ish, 10-ish years or whatever. And then COVID happens, and it felt like a lot of it accelerated into like 18 months, meaning click and collect curbside thing. Like curbside was not a thing really before the pandemic in a big way. And now it clearly is. It's arguably like table stakes, but what have you kind of seen from the quick changes that have been in COVID? Like, has all of it stuck? Has anything fallen away? Like, what's your assessment on kind of where did grocery stores land after COVID?
I think that when something happens out of necessity, there's always going to be some sort of folding back on itself when it's not a necessity anymore and people have choice again. And our data, if you are not familiar, listeners, with what Mintel is, we track consumer attitudes, behaviors, all of their patterns across how they interact with food, including the retail experience. And they are still primarily shopping in store. So, and that's generationally accurate. But they are interspersing these different things in there. Um, we know across generations, it's a time saving thing. So, saving time is going to be a motivator for trying those different things. I think we can talk about how sometimes if that is not a smooth process, it actually takes more time and energy to make happen then maybe feels worth it. But when I was looking at like some of the factors that consumers are using for shopping online, it's for fun. So I think for some of that, it's almost getting to browse a much bigger footprint of a store than maybe they have the time to when they get in and out. So there's a sort of curation happening of their own shopping experience, but that is primarily a Gen Z and millennial thing. So
I feel like it. I feel like no matter what generation you are, is anybody like purely one mode of shopping, right? Because I
no,
think you can be all of those different things, right? You can have the time to explore a store and like peruse the olive bar, but also like sometimes I just want to click the button on the phone and just have it happen, right? Like how
yeah.
do we kind of go through those different modes throughout the week? Because I feel like everyone is sort of a little bit of all those different demographics.
The thing I think that somebody like me and somebody like you have to take a big step back and consider is that not everybody's as food motivated as we are. And some people are shopping just for sustenance, and maybe it really is just getting the same meals delivered to you day to day, like really getting the function out of that. I've been surprised by the number of people in my life who eat to live, not live to eat. And we are still friends, so that's okay. But um, that part of it, where I think for some people, maybe even people who are in store, it it isn't necessarily about that experiential part of it. I think there's a growing subgroup of people who are making that part of the overall experience, and that's why the retail landscape is providing that because they are seeing that people are interacting in that way. But I think there has to be some moment where a shopper and not necessarily an older shopper, but I'd say older, but maybe like a more traditional shopper has to sort of see the value in
Mhm.
taking that time to wander down an aisle. If it's not, this is the peanut butter I buy this every time. It's literally just peanut butter, and trying to find those ways to reach those consumers. But luckily, the ones who are coming in that want that experience, they are going to take that time. But um, it is surprising to me. that we are not all that way.
All right, so personal question. What is your ideal grocery shopping like plan of attack? Let's say for sake of argument, it's a weekend, you've got a little bit more time, you're in a physical grocery store. Walk us through what's your mindset when you walk into a place like
Well, this is why people have to sign up to go grocery shopping with me because I hit every aisle every time. I always want to see what's
every
new
time?
every time.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's bad. I don't spend a lot of time necessarily, but I take that scan. I'm looking, especially in a place like an Aldi or a Trader Joe's. I'm, excuse me, wanting to see what that new kind of the moment, what's here for spring. But it helps when the stores are smaller like that, which is honestly why I choose to go to some of the bigger, more traditional stores or some of the specialty stores when I have the time,
Yeah.
because I really want to see everything that I'm working with and potentially even be like, oh, there's this new product. I'm going to build a whole meal around it. But it's the
I
time
feel
thing.
well, I mean, do you have a go-to grocery store? Like, what's your like everyday just, I just gotta get to a grocery store, like the most convenient option for you?
So currently, I have two grocery stores across the street from me, which is really nice. I have a
That's
Trader
nice.
Joe's across the street, and I have an Aldi 2 blocks away.
Okay.
But if I need something more traditional, there's a Jewel right a little bit further away. And it's actually been really interesting because I've been seeing they just did a remodel of that store, and they have done all of those kinds of things to, I think, really want to make people like me come in and linger a little bit. They are putting the cut fruit right in front of you, pairing it with some tahine. They are, they have a seafood case now, and those kinds of things where people really want to be able to have some control over their experience and maybe separating them out a little better than they were before. Because again, not everybody's going through every aisle, so this could help them navigate to where they need to go.
But I feel like even, in your especially with your go-to grocery stores, like it's amazing how well the layout and the product selection in a grocery store gets etched into my brain. And I'm guessing here, but I'm guessing at that your go-to grocery stores, you can scan the aisles really quickly to sense what's new because you already know what's already been there. And so you can
Exactly.
kind of raise your flag up. But like I feel like that's just part of like, I don't know, the relationship we have with our physical grocery
Yeah.
store. Like,
And you see online, a lot of the memes coming from like elder millennials being like, "Oh, I finally understand now when my parents say they moved something in the grocery store and now I'm lost." There is a,
yep.
a level of consistency and dependability that you have to get in there, get done what you need to get done, but then also take that time to explore if you have the opportunity.
Do you think the equivalent exists for online shopping? Yeah, I don't know. Let's jump into the digital world now. Like, so how do you
hmm
digitally shop, or are you a big digital shopper for groceries?
I am not. I mean, I play with it because I think it's important also to see kind of the way that people are interacting with that as well. But I do find it harder to get that discovery, especially the organic discovery of running into something and just sort of stumbling upon it. I know that there are a lot of companies that are working very hard to make that more accessible and put
Yeah.
something in front of you. You've bought this before, but that involves a lot of not. I mean, yes, data, definitely data, but also I think consistency of purchase to sort of curate that algorithm for
Mm-hmm.
you.
Yeah.
So that has been something that I do struggle with. That it feels like online shopping is good for a targeted restock, for reordering, for buying things in a pinch. Especially, I know a lot of parents who do that quite a bit because it's much easier to get the groceries to the car if your kids are not going in and adding things that they see and want, or things they've seen on TikTok that they want to pick up.
Or just getting a
um,
kid in and out of a car seat. Like it just adds time, you
Getting
know?
a kid to do almost anything.
Yeah.
um,
It's work.
yeah,
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah, so jumping ahead, because every conversation about the future of grocery inevitably hits on personalization, personalized shopping, yada yada yada, right? And it's one of those things that I've just seen, and you've probably seen these in the headlines so many years in a row, but it doesn't like link up with my real life experience of what that's been. So I'd say my most common online shopping thing is I have a Whole Foods near me. I go there most of the time in person, but yeah,
Mhm.
sometimes I need to get in and out. And so I'll just go online and, I like how it saves my past items so I can just really quickly build a basket and then get curbside, right? And that to me is it feels like that's as much personalization that got integrated into the experience. Maybe there's something that I'm not seeing, but it doesn't feel like this obvious thing like say my Netflix queue, which is always trying to suggest a new thing, or having your TikTok for you page, like it's always trying to suggest you anything. Like I don't know, like how come we haven't seen more of that, or is it just my bias that not looking for it?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head for me, honestly, is that I think it requires people to take extra steps to curate something, to feed the algorithm, to give something more back. So, we hear often, great, we are a brand, we're a retailer, we've got great online content. How do we get consumers to follow us online so that they can see the recipes, so that they can want to go add those things to the cart? We make shoppable lists on here, and it's like getting the consumer to spend their attention, spend their extra internet time interacting in that way is, I think, what's standing in the way of some of that.
So maybe it's there. I'm just ignoring it because I'm just fixated on the fact that I need chicken and coffee and
I
lettuce.
think
Like,
it could be, yeah, and I think it's not your fault. I think it's none of the consumers' faults, because one of the things that we're talking about and observing so much now is just that mental load, the energy, the demands on everything that we have in us. It can only go so far. We only have so much we can give. And I watch plenty of cooking content on socials, and I don't often go out and buy those and then recreate it. It is, for a lot of people, entertainment. It's not actually real life. We have some statistics talking about, I think it's in the 40s, like 45% of people say that social media is their primary form of entertainment. And then it goes
45%.
but then it goes up into like the 60% for Gen Z's millennials. So that is our TV. That's not necessarily where we're going to like learn our life hacks. It's almost like how Pinterest is the place where we store our hopes and dreams,
Yeah.
not where we actually go in and then build that like Japanese garden that I keep adding to my list, you know?
Well, but the dynamic that always puzzles me is like I totally get that. Like you might be flipping through whatever social media site you like to look for things, but it's often not like if you see an ad for something, it's usually like a single item. Like I'll see we've all seen the Garaza olive oil, in our feeds, like saturated to
Yeah.
death. And that's fine and well and good. Like let's say I see some recipe featuring Graza and I really want to buy it. It's more often than not just taking me straight to their D2C site, and now I'm kind of in a single transaction, single product relationship with this e-commerce store here, which is a completely different dynamic before of like you went to the market and all the stuff was there. So I feel like it like let me here's my point. I've never seen a Whole Foods piece of content on social media that made me want to click over and then just jump into the Whole Foods like shopping experience online. It's always been single products. And I think that has a meaningful effect on how foods are marketed. What do you think?
I think so too. I think that brands are trying, like you're saying. I get, I also have a funny thing where I don't leave the brands alone once I'm done purchasing them for work, for my own sort of education. I subscribe to all their consumer emails as well, so that
You
I can
do.
just get, oh my gosh, it is. I mean, it's a wealth of interesting knowledge to understand how these companies are marketing, what they're referencing. Um, Graza specifically is doing a whole thing about umbrellas right now that's very confusing to me, but I am thinking about it. I remembered it. But I know that I can go buy that at various places because they have told me that in their emails, and because then I have seen it on the shelves, and then I pick up with, oh, okay, they now have the cans available
Yeah.
to refill. So it's like they have in that way sort of created that relationship with me where I kind of know where they're at. And so if they do send out recipes, and when they do, I go, "Ooh, okay. Like I have that already. So now it's a matter of getting the other parts." It is really hard when they're advertising something like, Whole Foods does a good job with this as well, but it'll be like, "Oh, it's mangoes." And so it's like, "Well, what do I do with the mangoes besides just eat them?" And that's, I think, where the disconnect comes in, where you maybe almost need to go into the physical store and then look at the way that they have their end caps or their special displays of, here's a mango alongside a lime, again with the tahine or with any of these different things. I think that's really where the physical, the brick and mortar has the advantage, because they can visually show you that, and then right there you can grab it. It's
Yeah.
immediate.
No, that makes sense. And it's almost like if I walked into my local grocery store and like I woke up from a coma and didn't know what time of year it was, I can always tell. Like if I
Yeah.
walk in and the whole front is, beer and guacamole ingredients, I know it's probably the Super Bowl next weekend, or something
Oh,
like
I was
that.
gonna say, or it could be Cinco de Mayo, although that
Okay.
would be more limes, maybe.
All right. Well, I think if I wake up from a coma and go right into a grocery store, I've got bigger problems on my head.
I
But
suppose that's true.
and so right, so but I guess that's my thing about the digital aspect is I totally get when you walk up to that guacamole display that's right there front and center for you. I just don't think I've ever seen that as done well online, and maybe
Mhm.
there's like gentle bundling, but and maybe it's just because it's literally on the screen and like no matter what you do, like you can't grab me as much as me like being able to witness like raw guacamole ingredients in front of me, right?
Well, and there's an extra barrier, because if we're looking at the way that consumers shop online, the things that they would rather buy in store, 100%, these are the top three, is they want to look at their produce, they want to look at their dairy, and they want to look at their meat. So if you are cooking, you are probably creating something from a whole variety of ingredients, shelf stable, fresh, frozen. So when you're restocking up on some of those things, like I wish I have a couple of different things from Costco I want to pick up right now, but I'm like, when I go in there, I'm going to go through every aisle. I just haven't had the time for it. But to get that part of it. But if I am going to make guacamole, I want to make sure those avocados are ripe. I want to feel the limes. I want to see that, are they going to be juicy enough? These things matter. And so I think giving the consumer the idea is what the online feels like can really serve there. But consumers still just want to make sure that they have sort of that control. If you follow, I follow social media because it's entertaining, but also it just gives me such insight into consumers to see all of the feedback on the shoppers when they order through an app, right? Like, oh, I asked for a bunch of bananas. I asked for 5 bananas. I got 5 bunches of bananas. I asked for this. Like, oh, is a substitution okay? There's so much parity of that, because that is also the part where consumers giving up that control when they turn to this for convenience or for, whatever else, there is a trade-off.
Yeah. I think that's a very like almost winner take all dynamic for grocery stores, meaning if I'm ordering from you online and I'm trusting your picker to shop for me and pick the best pieces of produce, if you nail that first couple like outings at the thing, I'm probably just going to trust you and not really
Hmm.
rethink that unless something horrible happens and you're sending me like just rotting fruit and stuff like that. But and that kind of goes along with I don't know if there's like a psychological name for this. Maybe you've seen this in your data, but like I also feel that with CPG goods, whether you're buying them online or not, it's like once upon a time somebody discovers a CPG item, they scrutinize the label, and then let's say they decide it's for them, they probably don't ever look at the label again.
Yeah, actually, it's funny you bring that up, because there's a creator on TikTok who is fielding these requests from consumers who are starting to get suspicious about changes that might be on labels and saying, you know what, this product just doesn't taste like it used to. whether or not they've changed anything. And so she is scrutinizing the labels for them. She has products from the past. She's comparing, oh, in the blah blah, how many years ago this was the order of the ingredients in this cream cheese. Now, yes, it probably does taste different because this part is now lower in the list and this and this. And it's like, that's not everybody, of course. Like when we look at a conversation online, it's very easy because it's in your algorithm to think, oh my gosh, this is huge news. And this is just what I'm seeing potentially. But there are small, but very vocal communities of people out there that are potentially losing that trust in I knew that this was the case, but what are you trying to put over on me? And we saw that with some of the acquisitions of different brands, and then with some of the recipe changes or shrinkflation. So trust in brands is something that we're talking about quite a bit, and it's a real opportunity and a challenge for CPG manufacturers right now to be like, you have this brand reputation. That's what sets you apart from a private label that might be a little bit cheaper. We have to pay a little bit more for you, but is it the consistency, the tradition? How are you owning this space? But if you are in some way, whether you're doing something or not, if the consumer perceives that you are hiding something or you're trying to get one over on them,
Yeah.
there's a real fear of what that could mean long term.
That's wild to me that what you just described, that there's a creator out there whose content is either solely or partially just giving people updates on their ingredient labels. Like, hey, did you
Hmm.
know these cookies have this in them now? Like,
Yeah.
a-
And
and
then comparing them to other brands and being like, if you want the one that used to taste like this, go to this brand now.
it's just so much to track.
That's why I think, that's why, gosh, I
A
mean,
lot. It's a lot. I don't know,
that's
like,
the thing.
I don't know if regular people are really doing that. There's people on well, like us. Like, I mean, you
Yeah.
don't unsubscribe to any emails,
No,
D2C
I've got them all. I got them all. Um,
emails.
no, I mean that is also the thing that we talk about is it's a very privileged position to be able to take the time to scrutinize this, to go to these different apps and look at the scores of what's in your food. Um, there's also a lot of, I don't want to say misinformation. Uh, yes, misinformation, but also just people prioritizing different parts of information for themselves and then sort of acting like that is what everybody should do.
Mhm.
And then some consumers saying, well, this person said this isn't good, so now I have to avoid this.
Yeah.
And it gets even more confusing. And so sometimes feels like you hear about something and you go, well, somebody else did this work for me. They've cut through that noise. So now if I just avoid seed oils or if I just avoid, whatever, then I'm good. And we know that food and nutrition and health, everything is so individual, but we can't possibly personalize that to the effect that we would need to. And it's most people can't care.
Yeah, and I just put out an article about this, and this is going to air weeks after the protein episode of the show came out. But the protein episode kind of talks a lot about that. Like, why is the whole industry kind of so fixated on this one number when there's all this nuance? But like you said, people are short on time. It's just way easier to say, like, oh, is it 22 grams of protein? Sweet. And then just go on with your life, rather than be kind of. Uh, and I almost feel like when you're shopping online in an online grocery store setting, I feel like the product pages on the grocer's website are often the least interesting ways to explore a product. Like I think you often it's more interesting to see it on D2C or you're reading some influencer or creator or whatever. Like you're getting a better experience with a brand, and then it's almost like the transaction is just like what's the most convenient for me. I'm just going to click for the D2C or a local grocer, right? Um,
I also know that shipping is a factor for consumers as well. It's like if you I think there's a reason why we've seen some D2C brands like kind of pull back and say, we're actually, or maybe mainstream brands that made themselves available DTC and then going, oh, actually, that's not working out so well for us, because you have to really want something, like you
Mhm.
were saying before, to go out of your way, not just to like order it, but to pay shipping for it. Maybe, the bundle gets you over this, or if you buy a case or you subscribe and save,
It's just
that's a
more
commitment.
cognitive
If
load.
it's a cognitive load,
Yeah.
and you're going, where am I going to store all this? And do I like this that much? And so that's why I think that the physical grocery store, if you can call out to a consumer how you should try something, what is happening in these conversations, there is a way to sort of sample that. There's actually some of these vending machine sample situations happening. There's one
Wait,
outside of,
what's that all about? I haven't seen that.
they're amazing. There's a couple different like brands of them. I got um, a granola sample outside of one at the Gingham Market in Chicago. Another person got a Goodles mac and cheese sample, full size box, out of one of these. You
Wait,
just
wait, wait,
share
wait.
your information.
But how does this happen? What's the machinery look like?
The
Like,
machine is essentially like you go in, you give it your email information, and you agree to, I think in some cases you agree to do a survey, but then it just drops it out for you. It's just
but it's
another
like a,
way of get.
oh, it's literally just a vending
It's a
machine,
vending
like
machine. I'm
in the
obsessed with
space.
vending machines. Like we could have a whole separate episode about vending machines.
That's a form of grocery. Why are you
It
obsessed
is.
about vending machines?
It is. It's the two prong. It's the immediacy. I am here. I did not know I needed a cupcake. I did not know I needed. I never
Yeah.
need this, but like I've seen them for eyelash extensions. For if you go to the airport, all of these different things. Like the Advil or whatever. But there are so many very interesting ways that you're capturing a whole different audience of a consumer, where you might have gotten them in a pop-up experience, in a DTC, on a social media post. When I was in Brazil, Havaianas, the sandals, the
Hmm.
flip-flops, they're from there. They had a vending machine in the mall, so you didn't have to go into the store. You could just get them right there. It's a matter of convenience. It's sometimes they're in train stations. There's um, things like the salad vending machines, where it's about getting something fresh. And there's also now some heated vending machines where you can get like like a meal that's heated up for you. They're putting those in college campuses, in factories. And there's also, I was just at O'Hare, there is a Lunchables vending machine.
The
So it's
Lunchables?
the Lunchables. I saw them at the restaurant show last year, and
Oh
then
my
it was in
lord.
real life this year. And I think it's amazing because there's this familiarity around that. And you're a kid in the airport. There's all this overpriced food, and you're like, Mom, please, like, can I just have the Lunchables? Yes, like that's available to you. I'll go get the overpriced bagel and coffee.
Can we take a time out real quick and just appreciate the fact that the Lunchable doesn't seem like it's changed at all since we were little kids?
There is something about the consistency, the
Yeah,
tradition, and think about how it's a reference point for other trends too. Like charcuterie is Lunchables for adults.
yeah,
Girl dinner is Lunchables for young women. Like
yeah.
it's amazing.
All right, so your obsession with vending machines. Okay, but more specifically, it sounds like what you described was these very curated, designed, almost single brand vending machines, not like the one in the break room of your doctor's office. That's
I
just like,
think that they could really be making all kinds of vending machines more diverse too. Like we could be getting into that as well. But yes, I do love the curation,
yeah.
the the boba tea machines. Um, there have been some that are these are international snack machines. I've seen those in LA.
I wonder, like, how come America and a lot of the West hasn't been able to ever catch up to the vending machine game in Japan? it's not even like it's a secret. It's right there. Like fly to Tokyo and look at them. And like, how come no one's tried to do that? Because like they're not like those are very different though, because they're not always like single branded. They're just all of them
Yeah.
are just there's something I don't know interesting in that. I saw one where you could get a frozen live crab
Oh my
like
gosh.
in a subway station. They had these like live crabs that were kept at some temperature that didn't kill them, but they just kind of kept them sleepy. I know it's really crazy. And
Yeah.
you'd buy however many crabs you want. You get like a little, like a Happy Meal box thing, and it would just like a crab would slide out of the thing that was frozen, and you'd like carry
God.
it home, and it would kind of like wake up on the way home, and then you'd have a crab out of a vending machine. So I don't know. I think I feel like that's another one of those things that like America is just really
Yeah.
behind on, like the vending machine vibes in Japan and other parts of Asia are just
Yeah.
so ahead of us.
Well, I feel like that shift could be happening though, because I think we've seen more in the past, for me, I'd say like 5 years than I've seen before. I mean, we used to just have like the sprinkles, was it sprinkles of like cupcake
Yeah.
ATM? And
Mhm.
then, so much has come since then um, that I don't know, we're definitely not there, but maybe as we're seeing consumers finding more out about different areas, traveling online by watching what they different creators are doing and showcasing for them, and then having that interest to go experience for themselves. Like I don't know about you, but I feel like my algorithm is half like travel tips to Japan right now. It is incredibly popular, and I think people are getting exposed to different things, certainly in the food here, certainly in Asian cuisine overall. And so I could definitely see in the next couple of years the vending picking up in that way as sort
Yeah,
of everything catches up a little bit more.
I do too. And maybe if we just keep talking about it, it'll manifest itself.
I
Even
hope
though
so. I would
e-
I would
even though I
really
have
like
no
that.
interest in starting that company, I just want to see. If
I
someone's
know.
starting that company, I will be a patron of your thing,
Yes.
assuming it's
Yes.
really well done.
I shall be too.
I love this diversion done vending because I feel like part of the other theme about grocery for now and the future is that the grocery store used to mean one thing, and that
Uh-huh.
was the four walls on the thing in your neighborhood where you bought food. And
Uh-huh.
now it's transitioned to so many different things, right? So the other headline that seems like a trope as well too, besides personalization around the future grocery, is everyone says people want experiences. What do you make of that statement, and kind of unpack like how do you see the state of grocery experiential grocery shopping? Like what does that mean to you?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite topics. I have a whole folder on my computer called experiential grocery shopping, and it, I think, manifests in so many different ways and to different people, because we know that people like to be able to taste things, they like to be able to see things. We've already talked extensively about that. But I think that entertainment part of it can come in a lot of different forms. So I remember Whole Foods and then Mariano's when it first opened up, here in Chicagoland, the fact that you could buy wine and walk around the store with it or get a beer or a smoothie, all of these different things, it was like, whoa, I'm transforming the grocery shopping experience how I physically am doing it. But then I think there's also I've been seeing a lot of different ways that stores and brands are helping a consumer discover products, but more so just what they could be thinking about in terms of cooking, shopping. I think for me, I was so excited to see this last year after I was in New York to go to the Wegmans in their big place in New York in
Mm-hmm.
the, I think, Astor Place.
Astor Place,
And
yeah.
to see that giant sushi display downstairs and the once I think at that point I think it was once a weekend. I'm not sure the frequency right now, but they were breaking down an entire fish. When I
Mhm.
was there, they had a giant swordfish. I'm a scuba diver, and I've never been that close to a swordfish in its whole form. just walking around it, seeing that, going, oh my gosh, that goes from that to on my plate to then in, I'm cooking with it. It's opening up the eyes of consumers who are just kind of in the store, and maybe that's not why they're going there, but if they see that, then they're going, oh, well, I wasn't thinking about swordfish today, but I wasn't thinking about sushi today, but now I'm in this area. Now I'm seeing, oh, they have all these cuts already ready. Oh, wow, look, they already have the sushi, the rice ready for me to just put on top of that. They're giving me directions. Now they're inspiring me to do something I wasn't planning to do. Now I want to come back here because what else are they going to teach me about?
Yeah.
I think they had like a caviar station. Like, it's not, again, I'm trying to remember, this is not for everybody because not everybody cares. But I think, why don't grocery stores have the flagship locations the way that traditional retail does? When you go to the big, I don't know, like a Crate and Barrel, I remember being on Michigan Avenue, going up multiple different floors to see it all. Now it's the Starbucks Roastery. That's very much a flagship experience. It's special. And it's not going to be for everybody, but for the people who do want to engage with their food that way, it brings you another reason to be loyal and to engage with that store. It makes the store a destination.
I feel like there's almost two camps in grocery stores where one camp is like the Aldis of the world where there's just value. Like if you're going to see somebody butchering a swordfish live, it's probably not going to be an Aldi, right? Because that's not why you go there. You go there for deals and discovery, right? But
Oh, I disagree
do you
with you.
disagree?
I
Do they
disagree
do
with
stuff
you.
like that?
Do you know about the Aldi fines?
I don't know about that. Tell me about that. But
Okay,
did you find a swordfish being butchered in the middle?
no, but I
No.
have two things to say on this because,
Okay.
first of all, people follow Aldi extensively on social media because every week they have new products that they put out in their special center
Gotcha.
aisle, the Aldi finds. And I bought shoes. They are high heels. They are floral. They're beautiful. I've bought, you can buy, I bought a bags set, like cornhole. I bought, you can get anything at Aldi now.
This is
It
not
is,
groceries. Yeah, the weird center aisle. So the fines are
but
just a
but
grab
you
bag.
go in there and you say, I want to see what's new. People wait. They wait till they release it. They're in there. And then of course you came to it for those center aisle things, but then you're doing your shopping. So it is the deals, but it's also something extra.
All right, so maybe
And
yeah. Oh, go ahead. And
the second part of this,
okay.
so I'm local to Chicago. Aldi's based out of here. They had their second event in their I guess concept store, whatever you want to call it, that they have on their headquarters campus. I signed up for tickets to this event. It was a steak dinner.
Tickets.
This was me essentially the closest I'm going to be to trying to get Beyonce tickets. I'm sitting there. They're going to get released at 9 a.m. I'm 8:55. I have an alarm set. I'm ready. I get in. I get the tickets. I'm signing my sister up with me. She's getting the chicken. I'm getting the steak. I'm texting her going, I hope you're free because I signed us up for this. People love Aldi. They love it so much. And the people who were at this event, it was it the brand connection is so deep. And you walked in and there were waiters with champagne, Aldi champagne. There was a bar serving Aldi wine. There were waiters with appetizers all made from Aldi products. And then the sit-down dinner. Then for dessert, they had all their, like a cookie table, like at a wedding, spread out on their, the fake checkout counter. And you collected up your cookies. There was a step and repeat they gave you transportation to and from, and it was all free.
I'd like to put out a statement retracting my initial assertion of Aldi.
I
well,
mean, the fandom that I even personally have built up over the last couple of years, seeing this stuff, kind of like, they're doing such a great job engaging with their consumer and giving them that experience. like sometimes literally with those offsites. Of course, not everybody can go to that. But now people, the woman that I was sitting with at that table was like, I heard that they had done the first one. And so I was following them on social media being like, hey, are you going to do another thing? Then I saw that they were going to do it. And it's just the people who love it really, really love it.
Okay, so before you schooled me on Aldi, because I'm not a regular Aldi
I
shopper.
won't scold you. I told you
No,
it's 2 blocks
schooled
from
me,
me.
but
Oh,
yeah,
school.
school.
Either one.
Well, here's why. Like the closest Aldi to me is literally attached next door to an H Mart. And if
Oh,
I'm, it's a
mm-hmm.
little bit more out of the way, but like if I'm going all the way out there, I'm kind of there for the H Mart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, I guess what I'm trying to get at here is because I originally was kind of saying like, Aldi is all a value, and the Wegmans of the world butchering whole fish are like an experience, and maybe that's still, I don't know, relatively true to each other. But I guess the thing that I'm pulling out of this is that surprise and delight is probably the ace in the hole everyone's looking for. And there's a lot of different ways to get there. For Wegmans, it's let's butcher the whole fish. And there's a lot of other places that do similar ish stuff. And for Aldi, is there's the idea that you might walk in and find cornhole or high heels blows my mind.
Yeah, I wanted to buy a fire pit, and then I realized I don't have a yard, so I did not do that. But
Well,
yeah, it's
maybe
very
keep going
tempting.
on. Keep going to Aldi. They
There's
might sell you a yard or something. I don't know.
They might. Maybe they'll let me move into their concept store. Um, no, it is really interesting, and it's so funny you say that because I'm thinking through all the other stores that I know have, these sort of like followings, and it's like, oh, I think for Publix, it's like they've got this amazing like sandwich, right? That's what I remember people like, or their
Oh yeah, the
wings, like
pub
people
sub.
love that.
Pub sub.
Um, see, yep. And then for HEB, it's like they've got these rotating like these flavors, and it'll be like there are accounts that are like, okay, it's going to be, this is the new ice cream flavor, this is, and like the hatch chili season, and when that
Yeah.
stuff comes out. And yeah, I think that part is, you really hit the nail on the head, that it's experience and connection and community around retail is not just one thing. It's what your thing can be to the consumer.
And I think that's the more interesting way to look at experience, because I think for a long time people would talk about experience in grocery stores, and like 9 times out of 10, I felt like everybody kind of had the same vision of what that is.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we could do a cooking class in here, or we're gonna have live demonstrations, and blah blah blah. And I those are fine, I guess, but like what I'm getting out of this is that there's no one size fits all formula. And
Hmm.
I think the death knell for a grocery store is to actually not be known for anything. I guess that's true of any business, but like
Yeah.
what you just rattled off, like all those grocery stores have a different shtick, and they might look a lot different. The Aldi shtick kind of feels almost like the reason why Costco's endured for so long. I remember decades ago, the start of my career, when I worked at American Express, and somebody was saying offhandedly about how for like card holders who have like the platinum and the black card, like the highest cards there, one of the most popular places to shop for them is Costco. And I just thought that was really funny, because I was like,
Hmm.
you were rich enough to get a black card, but you still love Costco, right? And I think
Yeah.
I was like, okay, maybe there's like a bunch of millionaires and billionaires out there with the mindset of like, I didn't become this rich by wasting money on groceries, right? So I'm there. But then I think it's actually that surprise and delight thing, because I think you're right. I also have kind of a lay of the land of where everything is in my Costco, but I also have a really strong sense of knowing which displays will shuffle sometimes.
Hmm.
And I'm always going to I may not always stop by the paper towel aisle if I don't need paper towel. But I'm always going to look at like those different cubes and those end caps to see like,
Yeah.
oh, what's here from, dry. And my local Costco is in a heavily Asian area just outside of Detroit. So it's almost like a Chinese grocery store, which is wild to think about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
That's the other thing I love about um, the way that a retailer can be consistent, but also local. Costco does an amazing job with that. Just like the people also do tours online of, this is what a UK Costco looks like. This is what a Canadian Costco looks like. It's a connection point, and because it's something that you can reference in some, even if you haven't been to Costco, you've been possibly to a club store, even if you've never, been a member yourself. But so it is easy to sort of be like, oh, wow, look, I get this, but it's different. I think that's why people like me like going into different grocery stores. That's why people love going to grocery stores when they travel, because they're like, what is different? Like, what? And it's not everybody, but the people who are into it are super into it. And that whole part of it. Even Italy, going to the different locations in different places. I remember we've got one in Chicago. We've had it for a long time, and we've got some local brands in there. When I go to New York, same thing. And then I remember when the one in LA opened and going there and being like, oh my gosh, like all these local pastas that they have in here with like California grains. And it gives you a reason not just to go to Italy, because that's experiential in so many ways on itself, but it is experiential in all of the different places. That is even cooler.
I think I'm starting to realize as we're talking here that like going inside of a grocery store is maybe like the original version of people scrolling through their social media feeds. Like, but
Mm.
because like hear me out. Like we've all doom scrolled. We all know people that doom scroll. People just doom scroll, and you're probably like, what's so addicting to that? Well, like you follow these different accounts and you kind of know the general sense of what they're going to deliver. Is it news? Is it fashion? Is it just humor? Is it, whatever? But every time you refresh, it's kind of like, oh, is there something new here, right? It's something new here. It's almost like that thing. Like I don't know. I used to. You ever go to the fridge and open up and realize you don't want to eat anything in there? You shut it, and then
All
15
the
minutes.
time.
But yet, no, but 15 minutes later, you come back and open it again as if something materialized. You know.
I know. I know. Like,
But
was something behind there? Maybe. Nope.
But that's kind of what like Costco, Aldi, all these things feel like. It's like, you follow the Aldi account, you're going to walk into the Aldi and like you hitting refresh is almost like, okay, what find do you have for me? Right. And so I don't know, maybe there's something elemental to that. It just seems very common. The same motivations why people get stuck in these scrolling loops is maybe why people love going to grocery stores and
Yeah.
finding new
And
things.
I think I always find it very interesting that sometimes you talk to newer brands, or, I walk a lot of trade shows. We've both done our share, and you talk to these companies and go, wow, this is a really cool product. Where am I going to be able to find you? And they go, oh, I'm going to be in Costco. It's like, wow, okay, this is a brand new thing. And I'm are people going to want to try this thing? And it's like, not only are they going to want to try it, they're going to want to try it in bulk. Like, that is really interesting about that kind of consumer, because they are really all in on that, the anti-scroll, the,
Mhm.
walking with eyes open.
Um, What do you think the future of these experiences going? Like based off of what the direction of travel you've seen over the past 5 years and how things have been evolving in grocery store, what might you not be surprised to see 5 years from now in a grocery store when it comes to like experience?
What I would like to see, I think, is more lingering, maybe more third space consideration built out into some of these places as more concept stores, or new types of pilot things are coming through. We're losing those. It's really hard to be somewhere that's not home, especially if you work from home. And I have seen some stores. There's a Loblaws in Toronto that's right on the water. They've got like a big upstairs area that you can sit and you can kind of look out over the grocery store. And it's very centrally located. I've seen some versions of that, but I don't really feel like it feels that welcoming to stay necessarily. Um, a cafe sort of setup within here. Um, in China, I know this was ages ago, before the pandemic, we were talking about a store where you can go in and you do all of your shopping, and then you are able to send it home, and it, sits out like in a refrigerated box or something, so that you can stay in the store and you can keep lingering. Like, you can do both things. So that might be a really nice interplay of the technology. But I was at a 7-Eleven concept a couple of years ago in Dallas, and the thing I noticed was they had desk areas built into the 7-Eleven with plugs. So they were inviting people, come in here, work. Like, maybe you're driving between clients, you've got stuff going on. Like, this is a space for you to stay. This is a space for you to do things.
I have to think specifically with like 7-Eleven, like overseas in Asia, especially in like Korea and like Japan, there's a little bit more convenience stores mean a much different thing to people that live there. Like that's a legit place to get a meal. And I think a lot of people kind of go there and they kind of assemble this, their own personalized thing of noodles and then make this iced coffee drink out of all the dispensers. And like, you're sitting there to like just have like, it's knocking out like a restaurant occasion for you, right? I think when I think about the future of experiences in grocery stores in America, I don't know that we even need to invent anything new here because I think there's so much cool stuff in those places. Like 7-Eleven specifically, I think they just announced they're building a Japanese style one in California or something
Yeah.
like that. I'm
Oh
like, it's
my gosh.
about damn time, you
It's
know?
so cool.
Because the differences in American 7-Eleven and Japanese 7-Eleven could not be further apart. It's like they're like twin siblings where, one kid was raised by wolves and the other one went to like prep school, you know? Like they're genetically the same, but
Yeah.
God, are they different? And I just feel like if I was head of innovation at an American grocery store, like there's so much you could just copy paste from overseas before you even have to crack open the original playbook of ideas for yourself, you
Yeah.
know?
And that satisfies the desire of a consumer to, go experience the world when it could potentially feel harder than ever
Yeah.
to, be able to actually go and do that.
Okay. All right. So we've been spending a lot of time talking about inside the grocery store. Let's go on the flip side. Are you a delivery grocery person?
I have done it. Um, I don't like giving up the control. I I ordered fixings for sandwiches once because I needed to eat something. I had to feed a few people, but didn't have a chance to go over there. And I'm like, oh, I really don't want somebody to get me a bad tomato. And it went okay. It was okay. Um, I was thinking about this yesterday. I am not a food delivery person overall. I think
Mm.
about it a lot. I put stuff in my cart and then I don't order it because I start looking at those fees and then I start thinking about, for me, the time I have to wait to actually get the thing that I want. Like, I am much more of a order on an app, go pick it up kind of person because I just literally am too hungry to wait. I did not think of this in enough time to wait the hour for something to show up to me. Um, so that's a me thing, probably. But I do find that one of my personal limitations, and I do think this applies to consumers in general, is there are a lot of steps to go through. And if the tech or the service in any sort of way within that process is not smooth, that is a huge barrier and can really stop consumers from following through on their path to purchase
Mhm.
or ordering again.
I feel the same way. I am a big delivery guy, although it's much more with restaurants, honestly, than with grocery. It's also changed a lot because I moved to like a more suburban environment out here in
I'm a
Michigan.
suburban now too. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but you lived in downtown Chicago, right? I
Yeah.
lived in
Yeah.
New York.
Yeah.
Do you think you delivered more there, or is this like kind of a new thing since you moved out of the denser city?
I I definitely delivered more there. But I am living alone too, which I think it's really hard for me to justify from either end to order enough of something to make a delivery fee and a tip feel worth it when
Yeah.
I could literally, it's like, what's stopping me, especially in the suburbs, from jumping in a car and going down, or, like I said, the grocery store triangle that I live in. Um, but I did always sort of struggle though, because it felt like there was always something that was going slightly wrong. Like, if I order something and they forgot part of it, like, that's a big pain in the butt. Now I have to like correct that somehow. I have to get
Yeah.
on customer service. Like, if I go to the store and I pick out a crappy tomato or I forget it altogether, like, that's a me thing. I can only be mad at myself.
But I think first experiences really matter a lot, right? Because I have a much different, more trusting view of grocery delivery because my first introduction to grocery delivery was in New York City when Fresh Direct came on the scene. And I still remember the very first transaction. They were going hard at trying to market in the city. I think the first offer they were doing that I totally got me on there for 15 years, so they definitely made the money back, was like $75 of free groceries. That's insane,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And I totally was like, okay, let's check out what this Fresh Direct thing is coming, right? And it totally and they not only that, but I feel like whoever's in charge of like produce especially, they probably train their people to be like, pick the best stuff. Do not ever send something that's substandard because we're just going to lose them. And on the off occasion that they did, their whole process to get it rectified was insanely easy, right? And so I feel like that
Yes.
to me was like a masterclass in how to give somebody a first grocery delivery experience, and it worked. I haven't used my account forever because I don't live in New York anymore, but I was a loyal customer for like 14, 15 years, right? So I guess that's the other part of the playbook is like it's just the margin for error when you're doing grocery delivery is super narrow, especially for people that are transitioning from just physical grocery.
I think that it's so spot on because it is the you if you make it easy to fix an issue, oh my gosh, like, yes, I will stick with you. Uh, and
Because
if
it's like,
you
this service has an undo button.
Yeah, and you're not out good money for, quite honestly, sometimes paying, an extra, an upcharge essentially to get something that, like, this is a struggle too. Like, I know if I took the time and I walked over to my Aldi, I could get that bag of spinach for whatever. If I'm ordering it from wherever else, like, oh, I'm starting to do the math in my head and I'm going, oh, and it's not a big deal. Why am I like this? I don't know. I get hung up on the smallest bits of that. And we'll go out to dinner and be like, oh yeah, I'll have a second drink. That's totally fine. It's there's a difference there. But I do think that is what holds me back is the customer service part. But I will say, like, when you asked, am I an online grocery person or in general, I forgot that I used to order meal kits. I forgot that I used to order, some of those. I think I had imperfect produce for a long time. They were always really great. I stuck with them. I just, again, found myself having so much that I couldn't get through it all, both cases, that it was not them. It was a me thing. And they did make it very easy to control the delivery. But those were almost like set it and forget it. It was, what do you want this week or this month? You did one thing and then it showed up versus I think the online shopping, the food delivery in that moment. I have to look at what restaurants are accepting deliveries or accepting orders. Okay, do they have this? Is it Monday? What's closed? Oh shoot, my favorite Thai place is on this app, but then my favorite pizza place is on this app. It's almost like the streaming stuff altogether. There's just too many choices, and honestly, I start thinking I could just have cereal for dinner. Like, it's fine. I don't have to deal with this. And I do. That's my like
Yeah.
eating what I have in my cabinets, even if it's not what I want, is like my ordering delivery because I'm exhausted.
I think I got really good at using DoorDash because I've been on so many business trips where you get back to the hotel after a thing and you're maybe not in an area that's like easily accessible to like walkable food or something like
Yeah.
that. And so I got really good at like my DoorDash history has like, I don't know, dozens of hotels in there, like all
And
the
then you
room.
accidentally order something to the wrong place. And no, I'm just kidding.
I've never done that. No, actually, yeah, I've never done that on. Although
I haven't.
one year on Amazon, I did send all my Christmas presents to the wrong address, which was very
Oh.
disruptive. But But no, I got really good at DoorDash. And I almost feel like because you have like, okay, so if you're a food brand, restaurant, grocery store, um, it doesn't really matter who's in your competitive set anymore for like online experiences because like apps like Uber and like Lyft are so optimized and well designed and really, really streamlined that if you're like heavy users of those or any other kind of really well known app, you just get accustomed to a certain level of sophistication with the UI and speed and like things like that. And like I have a local pizza place, which I love the pizza, but I actually hate ordering from their app because it's so insanely bad. And I just call them, right? I feel like and it's not like I'm like looking at like the Domino's app as like the gold standard and saying, why can't you be like Domino's? I'm looking at like the Uber app or the Lyft app and saying, like, your app is so far away from something that's not even in your category with user experience. So it's like the bar has been raised on that place without them even having a direct
Right.
competitor raise the bar. It's better for everybody, right? So
Yeah, that's a great point because we talk about this all the time. Consumer is not just a consumer of food. They're not just a consumer of beauty. They are consumers. They're people. They're out there living their lives. They're seeing all sorts of things and they're balancing all of this together. And then they're seeing like, oh, it's super easy to do this. Why can't this also work that way? And I mean, I see a lot of complaints around, fast food apps, specifically like, why can't I just see your menu? Why do I have to fill out a fake order and even to just see what's available? Like, I don't want to go through those steps. You're asking too much of me. Um, and then, honestly, for me, I feel like even in some everyday apps, the customization is not there yet. For me to be able to use that. So I was at Dunkin' Donuts recently, and I was able on their in screen to tell them I wanted it to be half calf. And I was like, that's amazing. I was realizing now how many other coffee places that I have ordered from do not give me that option. And so, as a consumer that matters to, being able to control my caffeine levels, that made them stick out a little bit, even though they're not my everyday, you know, purchase.
Well, I think the thing that I'm realizing now too is like, I'm 45 and, my first like interaction with broadband was like in college. My first cell phone was the Nokia, whatever, the
The
indestructible
blue one?
one. Yeah, I think I had like a green one, um but my point is like I've spent over half my life scrutinizing and experiencing what it's like to be on different websites. And I feel like with like apps and stuff like that, um, a lot of people say, "Oh, we have an app now. Oh, we have an app now." But to me, I don't really. I have to like kick the tires on literally every pixel, how the thing moves. Like I've become very sensitive to how things are laid out. Like there's some apps that I'm like, it's really great, but I hate that there's that button there,
Mhm.
And it's not. This is not like a language that I grew up with. Like I didn't understand how to interpret and experience websites, but now we do, and of course every generation younger than us is native to that, so I almost feel like grocery and food delivery needs like almost like a renaissance in UI and UX like design, just people that really understand that a few pixels here and there can make this button be really annoying or really useful, and
Yeah.
it's those
I think it's
details.
interesting too. It is the details and it's it's also a conflicted consumer because I think for every consumer that says like optimize this app, do this to this app, there's another consumer who says I want this all on the same app. I want to be able to control all of these things together. I was scrolling past. I love how on TikTok now you can catch like little glimpses of podcasts. So it's just like, oh, that little bit. And there was a podcast that was talking to the points guy. So your airline travel stuff, and he was talking about sites that can essentially like find you the best way to look at how many points you've accumulated across different airlines that you are, a loyalty member of, and then figure out where the best place is to transfer your points to get the best deal with that, da, da, da. And it's like, maybe it's not just in the app, but maybe it's who are the people who are going to come in and find the additional. I'm not a tech person, so I'm not sure what this would be called, but like whatever, like adjacent sort of website or, AI that can take everything that you have and optimize it for you, because we still come back to the issue of consumers running out of energy. Like I could save a ton of money if I had the time to coupon, if I had the time to, do all of those things. It's, I make choices differently
Yeah.
because of my lack of time. But it comes back to all parts of their lives. Like how are we going to make it easy for them to actually execute?
So, yeah, we were just talking about all this stuff about UX and UI, and then you mentioned AI, and actually, I think that might be the thing that almost makes the UI of someone's grocery app not matter as much, because now you can just kind of give a stream of consciousness into a text box and it'll figure it out all for you. Not right now, but I think that's probably coming
Yeah.
next. It's like, and it's probably going to come from an Amazon, type person, Whole Foods, because grocery margins are thin, let's face it. If you're going to put money on who's going to have an AI shopping bot first, it's going to be Amazon, not a Wegmans, not an Aldi necessarily. But I feel like maybe that's what we're coming to next, like the just speak your list or say I'm making chicken parmesan, and then it just figures it out all for you, right? Like that's got to be a year to 18 months out.
Well, and this is the thing too. I feel like the more I dig into what's possible with AI, the more I realize how little I am optimizing uh, the way I search for or think about anything. And that can be very overwhelming. But I've got some friends who have been, really opening up my eyes to things. So I've been playing with it. And I asked ChatGPT once upon a time, I'm hosting a dinner party. I want it to be based around the principles of the Mediterranean diet. And then I tried to do everything I could to trick it. Like, okay, it's 4 people. One of them's vegetarian. Okay, wait, now it's 6. Okay, now we have a child. Okay, now somebody can't have cheese. And the way that it could just kind of pivot with me was really interesting. And I think the more that we're finding these add-ons to, take uploading the information. Like if you somehow, I don't, but if I had a map of my local retail location and I said, hey, like optimize my path through the store. Home Depot was doing that. Remember, they had like in their app, like you could put in I'm looking for hammers, and it would be like aisle 7, follow this pathway. And you could kind of get through there. Um, on like a bigger picture, scan my area, find me the best price for there's going to be something that comes up from it. I think where AI is for the common person, for the like everyday person, it's still an area of experimentation. I think those super users are in a league of their own right now, but I think these things, they will get passed down. People will create, I don't know how it's going to function, but where you can overlay these things on and be like, run this so that I can optimize my shopping.
I think that the idea of like a AI super user is it's easier than you think, because I think there's not a technical, because it's a natural language conversation, you know. I think the difference right now with how different people can use AI as beginner versus advanced is
Uh-huh.
sort of similar to like the person A who just checks into their hotel and just gets their room and goes on with their merry way. And then like person B who's like, I'm gonna chat up the front desk person and see if I can get a free upgrade and like get like a late checkout and stuff like that. It's just in like how do you kind of coax the information out, but there's no like coding or anything like that. There's no technical barrier. It's just asking the question, which I think is interesting.
I think that's where it is, though, because I think right now I would consider myself just a tiny bit above a basic, talk to the computer person. I'm learning that there's so much that I don't know to think about using it for. That's the part that I think separates the beginner from the super user.
Mhm.
The idea that like, oh, I didn't think to upload this thing in here. Like the more you put in, the more you get out. Uh, feel like I've been experimenting, but there's going to be so much more, and maybe it's an opportunity, honestly, for some of the brands and the retailers to come in and be like, "Hey, let's help you with your shopping experience. Like, use your AI tool of choice. And did you know you could do this? Did you know?" Like, I think that there was a company. I mean, there's been several companies, but where it scans your fridge, it gives you the stuff, and it's like these standalone apps. But I think the more that we see engagement in it and people like kind of going, I think that's why social media is so popular. People can mimic. They can like use that as guidance. Like, oh, I didn't know to know that. With food hacks, with pairing flavors together. Like, I think that's what it's going to be with the sort of AI experience as well.
I think you're totally right. And the case in point, like we're just getting maybe out of the current trend of people turning themselves into an action figure on GPT. And we could write that off as like a trite little cute fad, but I do think that's a moment where it maybe crossed the chasm into a more mainstream user. Like you're right. I do think they needed some kind of meme to jump onto.
Mm-hmm.
Because all of a sudden in my feed, I'm seeing all these people like friends and family that are kind of I know are like non-technical, making an action
My
figure out
sister
of them.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, but like and so maybe we just need like a sustained dosage of that for people to show you what it's like, and then people do something rudimentary like an action figure meme. But I think that's the gateway drug to being able to code your own agent using a GPT.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you've got to start somewhere.
I
Okay,
just planned a vacation using it. So
there you
we'll see how
go.
that goes.
Yeah, let's go. Let's report back after the vacation's
Okay.
done.
If
Yeah,
I come back,
you've
you'll know it was okay.
haunted hotel or something like that.
I hope so.
Um, all right, so our first guest is going to come on in a few minutes. Doug Schultz from California Grocers Association. I want to ask you a question that I ask everybody, which is the crystal ball one, which is if you had a crystal ball about the future of grocery, what would you ask it?
My gosh. Gosh, that's such a good question. I think I think I would ask it just the way that I would want to know kind of about CPG, about products in general is how do we find a way to meet the desires of consumers to experiment, to try new things, to feel confident in sort of taking these risks, but also find a way for the stores to also be able to take that risk in bringing in these things for them. Like, how do we find that sweet spot of this is a new way to experience grocery shopping, but it is also not so out there that it's cute for the consumer, but doesn't actually offer any sort of ROI to the grocery store itself, especially like we talked about tight margins. There's lots of barriers to even getting into stores. It feels like how do we get over that chasm of we have so many ideas. How do we actually execute this?
Yeah. How do you filter through all the ideas? How do you find the thing that really kind of matters to somebody? And that's challenging because like we talked about earlier, people are multimodal. So what matters to me on day Tuesday might not matter to me on Saturday.
Yeah, what mattered to me this morning and what matters me now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to welcome our first guest here, Doug Schultz. How are you?
I'm great, Mike. How are you?
Good. I don't know if you've met Melanie. Melanie and I, she's my co-host today. We've been chatting about all things grocery so far. So we are live and recording and well warmed up.
Okay.
Everybody, Doug Scholes is Chief Operating Officer over at the California Grocers Association. You guys have the most grocery stores out of any state in the United States. Is that accurate
I
to say?
I would hazard that guess. I will also tell you that with the exception of Hawaii and Alaska, we have the highest grocery prices in the country. So
Oh,
And we
Whoa.
may get
wow.
into a little bit of that while we chat.
Which is also ironic because most of the groceries in America are grown in
Yes,
California as well too.
correct.
Okay. All right. Well, so let's start and give us a sense of what's happening down in California. You guys are such a huge populous state, and there's so much diversity in not just the people, but the kinds of grocery stores you have. Like, what's it like to be a grocer in California today, and maybe how is that different from what it was like 5 years ago?
Yeah, great place to start. Well, let me start by congratulating you, Mike, on your success and the uh, the book and now the pod. Very exciting to see your continued ascent and wish you all the best in your journey.
Thank you,
Melanie, it's
Doug.
nice to meet you as well. So
So nice to meet
yeah.
you.
Um, if I might, I'll just kind of give a little bit of a snapshot of the California Grocers Association, so we level set on that, and then kind of just give you some stats on California that'll be probably informative to your listeners that are maybe not familiar with California. Um, so, from an association standpoint, obviously we're the trade association that represents the grocery industry here in California. So our members are the companies, a lot of the most of the retailers and a lot of the brands that do business here in California. CJ has been around over 125 years, so we've been around a long time. But over time, our mission has really moved in towards public policy and advocacy. So we do a lot of work in those spaces, and that'll inform a lot of kind of some of the insights that I'll share as we talk. But it's really important that CGA is strong and the industry has a strong voice here in California to have that conversation with policymakers because a lot of the issues start here, unfortunately, and then move their way towards other states of the union. So um, it's we kind of feel like we're on the forefront of a lot of issues that crop up in our industry. So with that, talk a little bit about California. Some of this stuff you may know, but obviously it's a huge business opportunity. If California was its own country, it'd be the fourth largest economy in the world, just behind the U.S. combined, China and Germany, but ahead of Japan and others. So it's just it's a large economic engine. Our population drives a lot of that. We have 39.5 million people here in California, which is pretty close to the population of Canada. Um, and we'll put 51st state jokes aside. um, but the statistics are like 1 in 8 people that live in our country live in California. So if you think about that, that's pretty mind blowing. Um, there's been a lot of talk about people moving out of California because of the high cost of living and some other things. But last year, the state's population actually grew. So it's kind of interesting to watch the ebb and flow of that. And then geographically, it's very diverse, but also very large. It's 800 miles from the top to the bottom of California, which would be about a 14 mile or hour drive if you did it. Um,
I
and
have done it.
yeah, and
I have done it.
um, but that also tells you about the variety of grocery retailers and communities that they serve. In It's everything from the largest and large cities to the very small little towns, rural towns.
Okay, so Doug, you were saying about how California, you guys out there are seeing a lot of things, maybe even before the rest of the country is kind of seeing it. Can you give us a sense of kind of like what's on you guys' radar right now that maybe the rest of the country might not have witnessed yet when it
Yeah,
comes to grocery issues?
absolutely. And I think this goes towards kind of some of the things I was talking about the heritage of California. The home of the gold rush. That mentality exists today. You come to California to seek your fortune and make a difference in the world, whether you're a tech entrepreneur in Silicon Valley or you're a Hollywood actor and you're going to make your fortune in Hollywood. But that goes for policy issues. I think a lot of policymakers see themselves as cutting that same aggressive kind of first of its kind mentality when it comes to various issues that they want to battle. For us, some of those big issues obviously are tackling plastics and packaging. That's a big one for us. We're seeing ingredient bans, which there's a lot of now discussion in the country more broadly around ultra processed foods and things like that. But California was the first to ban red dye number 3, and you know, other issues around like egg laying hens and pork. We're seeing a lot of regulation that is not just impacting farmers in California, it reaches into other parts of the country. If you want to sell your goods here, sometimes you have to comply with some of the new laws and regulations that the California legislature has put together, or cities. And I can go into a little bit of that too.
Well, I always thought it was funny, like growing up and getting a car, that you'd shop for cars, and like cars would, no matter where you are, they'd always say like, "Oh, this car meets the California emissions standard because it's like the most stringent in the country," right? And you think about like places like LA, and you're like, "Oh, of course, like so many people, everyone's driving, you have to kind of have really good stringent standards." Do you think there's a parallel to that in grocery, where like you mentioned pigs and chickens and plastics? You guys are kind of like the first out of the gate with some of these things that are trying to change models. Like, it just seems like kind of the DNA of California. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that, like I said, I think it kind of like is that gold rush mentality. Like there's this entrepreneurial spirit, and they want to change the entire system, and they'll just take it up and do it here in California first, and then try to have the rest of the food industry follow, which we have a very complex food industry. If we learned anything from the pandemic, we learned a couple of things. One, it can be very fragile, and that's partly because of all the efficiencies that are built within the supply chain. There's not a lot of redundancy and other things because that adds costs. And for us, it's about keeping the prices as affordable and keeping the products as accessible as possible. Um, so there's that what we learned in the pandemic. And then the other thing we learned in the pandemic is we're a pretty slow and steady industry, but when pressed, there was a lot of quick adoption of technology to be able to meet the needs of the moment. So everybody supercharged their being able to purchase groceries online and all that sort of thing, right?
We talked about that earlier, Melanie and I, and it did seem like 5 years worth of innovation happened in like
It
18
did.
months. How I mean, how do you
Yeah, how did that
accelerate that
happen?
fast?
It's an anomaly because I think the thing that a lot of people don't, I mean, they do understand, but then they perhaps don't live it day to day, is that the margins are so tight. Call it 1.6% or what have you, that bad bets on technology or any other bad bet in grocery could really take the company down. You have to be so completely diligent around your P&L to maintain margins at those levels. So when forced to do it, it was the opportunity, and grocers adapted and kept feeding their communities to their credit. But there's a lot of widgets that are thrown at grocers to improve their out of stocks
Yeah.
or improve their operations back of house, and some of them come with very large price tags, and that's something that grocers typically are very cautious about.
Yeah, that's the sense I got. And I guess, I mean, COVID quite literally was an existential event for them, because if they didn't add some sort of delivery or click to collect thing, they would literally have no revenue.
Yep.
Right. And so
Yep.
it's kind of like you had to do that. You also mentioned in the plastics thing and like sustainability, right? So California in the States has always really been kind of a leader out there. Like what's happening on the forefront there? Like what's the situation on trying to get more plastics out? Did you guys have the first plastic bag ban in the country, I think? Was that you guys?
It's a funny heritage story. You bring it up
Okay.
because the first city in the country to ban the plastic bag was San Francisco, and
Yeah.
at that time their mayor was Gavin Newsom. who is now the
Mhm.
the governor of California. So it started there. We could talk for hours about bags. There is currently a bag ban, and there will be the complete elimination of plastic carryout bags. We've moved produce bags to compostable bags here in the state.
Mm.
So and then one of the big overarching plastics regulation that was passed several years ago is something we call SB 54, which extends responsibility to producers relative to the recycling components of their packaging and the recyclability of the packaging that they offer. And it affects food service, it affects grocery, et cetera. But that one is a big one, and it's working its way through the system to figure out how to comply with it, what the regulations are. But ultimately, it's about making all the single-use plastics in California either of recycled content and also reduce the amount of them that are occurring.
So those are going at trying to regulate like the brands, the big food brands, like to kind of just generate these things more sustainably. I mean, that's how can that not have a domino effect if that passes, right? Because like Pepsi or Coke, they're not going to make a California Coke or Pepsi and then rest of the country Coke with like bad plastics, right? It's going to I don't know. Do you sense that?
Yeah, and
Or
I'll give you one one worse, I guess. And this dates back quite a few years, but the city of Berkeley, California, proposed a labeling ordinance for GMOs to
right, I
mandate
remember
on
that.
package,
Yeah.
GMO labels, right? And to think that the supply chain could respond to a single city, no matter how large, it's just not built that way. So these are the pressure forces the um, within the industry. And I've heard from a number of retailers that when it comes to regulations that affect them, they tend to take the mindset of one for everybody rather than just doing a separate California um, protocol or procedure within their stores, right? So I think brands have to balance that as well. Again, being such a big state and such a big business opportunity, it's not something you can just ignore.
Yeah, exactly. What other things are kind of on the docket? Like I know you guys are in a way the mouthpiece for the industry at large, right? Not any specific brand, but like kind of like what's on the wish list for grocers out there?
Yeah. So a number of things and market forces that I thought might be interesting to kind of raise. Consolidation is certainly talked a lot about in our industry, and the Albertsons and Kroger merger that was proposed would have had far-reaching effects, and in particular in California, in Southern California, where those two companies have hundreds of stores, which it ultimately did not happen. Um, but in our state, we have a very diverse grocery footprint, which you alluded to at the beginning. Um, whether it's ethnic formatted grocers that are Asian formats or specific Asian formats, not just Asian generally, but
Yeah.
Filipino or Japanese or what have you. Um, and Hispanic operators that are the size of some of the larger traditional chains in other states. Walmart here has probably, depending on what you read, between 8 and 10% maybe market share in California, where they have 20 to 25% across the entire country. So there's not a lot of homogenization here. So
Hmm.
it's really very diverse and very spread out with different business models, upmarket, um, price impact, family legacy, multi-generational owners that are still in existence in California, and some large regional chains as well. So the market is really dynamic. But for grocers, when it comes to a lot of the work that CGA does, when it comes to compliance with a lot of new laws and regulations, it sometimes feels like a death by a thousand cuts. Each thing that adds costs, restricts
Yeah.
the ability to have affordable goods on the shelf. in California is one of the big concerns I think that grocers have in California.
So that links back to what you alluded to before when you were saying how you guys have the highest price. What was the stat? The highest or the
With the
second
exception of
highest or something like
Hawaii and
that?
Alaska, yeah.
For obvious reasons of massive
Yeah, with the
shipping, but
$10
like,
cereals shipping and yeah.
where is that coming from? Is that what you the kind of regulatory layers that kind of get
Yeah,
added, or is it something
it's
else?
across everything. You know, a grocer's P&L, number one item on that is obviously cost of goods, so the products on the shelves. But number two is labor, and managing labor costs is a science in grocery. um, but at the same time, you know, the city of Los Angeles just passed an increase of minimum wage for hotel workers to $30 an hour by 2028 when the Olympics are in Los Angeles.
$30 an hour. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
A couple of years ago, the state passed a fast food worker ordinance that or law that increased fast food worker pay to $20 an hour, which was above the state's minimum wage. And so talking about those aren't grocery examples, but we are competing for a similar workforce in many ways. So if you want to be the best in class employer, you want to attract the people that you need to uh, man your store, you're competing against some these forces. So that increases labor costs, which is significant. There's a lot of restrictions around things that impact the energy grid, which is very high on our grocers' P&L as well. So we have lots
It
of conversations with elected officials about ways that they may have a good idea around sustainability or around you know, any of these issues, worker pay and things like this. But each one of those things, there's just not elasticity to be able to absorb any of those things. So we make sure that they understand that there's a price to be paid, and a lot of times it needs to be down to the consumer and what they pay for the goods.
You guys are also home to Silicon Valley, and obviously AI automation and stuff like that is obviously a hot topic. But like, how do you kind of see all of these kind of issues and challenges around labor, finding that balance of like paying a good living wage, but also staying in business as a whole? And then you've got the prospect of potentially kind of more jobs, like for instance, self checkout, for instance wasn't really that big of a thing 5, 6 years ago, and now it kinda is, like, my local Target had, like, 2 self-checkouts, like, 6 years ago, now it's got, like, 16 of them, you know? And that's a form of automation in a sense,
Sure.
right? Because you've got that, but, like, how do you where does that all kind of play into this mix, especially when it comes to labor and things like that? Because I would almost think it's probably tempting as a grocer to say, like, "Okay, I can just literally upfront cost automate this whole thing, and it's gonna cost a lot in year 1, but it's gonna, like, amortize, and we don't have to hire people," which is unfortunate for the people that are not getting that job, but maybe existential a need for a grocer?
Yeah.
Like, how do you see all that kind of coming together?
Yeah, so it's that balance of high touch experience retail that can only be delivered by courtesy clerks that are friendly and approachable and knowledgeable versus the costs of the business and the competitive pressures created by online, created by larger players and things like that. Um, when the cost of labor goes up, it does bring the equation back into this discussion around automation and ways that grocers can become more efficient by employing some of those methods that you were talking about. What's really interesting, and I keep harping on policy issues, I guess maybe too much. It's my day job. It's our day job, but there has been this uh, tech acceleration around AI and new tools and all that sort of thing. Um, the equation that we just talked about, but from a legislative and even from a city council standpoint, there started to be a little bit of a push back against some of these things. Self checkout has been in the sites for a couple of years. I'll describe that in a second. But also there was an ordinance, a very interesting ordinance in San Diego that would restrict digital only offers. And the thought behind why they would restrict that saying it also needed to have a paper companion was because they have a population of seniors that are not necessarily computer literate or have their mobile phone.
Offers like coupons and things like that? Wow.
So if you
That's
think about the
fascinating.
impacts that potentially could roll out if that sort of idea takes hold, where now loyalty programs, special digital offers, because we know you are situated to buy certain types and styles of products based on your history, would be restrictive. That's a pretty big shot over the bow of how we
Sure.
use technology to improve our business, make it
Yeah.
worthwhile. This self checkout one was interesting. There was a movement last year towards um, having a mandate of a staffing mandate of one staff per two self checkout lines, which would almost
Wow.
defeat the purpose of
It was.
that automation.
Yeah.
And I and so then the negotiation begins. We were able to defeat that idea, but it's interesting to see the tech push and the tech pushback, right? It's not just a straight line, and I bet you have a lot of people that are listening to your podcast that are entrepreneurs, and those entrepreneurs, they spend time thinking about their product and their manufacturing a lot. They think a lot about their distribution, and they think about their end customer. And I'm kind of raising my hand and saying there's another party in that you need to also consider, which is policymakers and how they view positively or negatively the products or retail store that you may have.
This is why I'm always interested to talk to you because you guys are out at the forefront of, because I haven't heard anything related to that policy in my neck of the woods at all, right? So I feel like you guys are out there, and I think that's a really big question that we probably won't crack in this podcast episode, but like the kind of dynamic of like what's the right pace of change when you're trying to do things, especially for automating parts of the labor force, because I don't think this conversation is specific to the grocery industry. Like restaurants are thinking about it, like, oh, should I install this robotic barista or like this automated robotic food runner? Because then I don't have to pay, a salaried person like this and that. It's happening everywhere. And so I don't know. I feel like when the history books are turned, we're going to be judged on how do we transition through this phase, and maybe some of that legislation that of how many people the staff at the self checkout's part of that. Is there anything else tech related, like around AI or automation, that you're seeing for groceries or food in general out there?
Yeah, there's probably a million. One of the ones I just kind of tease these because I think if you have to be here to be in the day to day to be wrestling with these things. But there was also a proposal around what they called surveillance pricing, which was basically similar to what I described in San Diego, although this didn't mandate a physical paper coupon, but it was a restriction on the ability to extend offers or manipulate price is kind of the construct of it based on personal information. So this gets into the world of privacy and how companies are using information. In the food industry, it's very common to extend promotional offers. It's to the benefit of the customer who signs up for the loyalty program or signs up for allows us to have personal information to extend specific offers to them. But there was this the genesis of this idea was it was actually a fable. It didn't really happen, but there was a consumer who went online to buy a TV at a large mass retailer, and the price was something, and then they got to the store and it was higher. And the perception was the retailer knew that person was going to come into the store and thus, raise the price. Which I guess if you use the construct of us reserving hotel rooms or, those are responsive
Airline ticket.
pricing
I
models,
was
right?
about to say,
Yeah.
I'm afraid to search too much for plane tickets and then go, oh boy, did I just
Yeah.
make it a lot more expensive for myself?
Right. And in the grocery space, that does not it's not even feasible to happen. It's so competitive. The margins are so low, and the response rates around the number of SKUs in a store makes that, we use it for our good and for the good of the consumer, not for some sort of price hike.
Wait. So just so I'm clear, so okay. So the legislation was trying to prevent people saying like using personal information, like let's say your zip code, and I see, the most famous rich zip code 90210, and
Yeah, there you
and
go.
guess what? Like almonds are 10% more for you. So it was trying to restrict people from charging more, but not less.
Yeah, I think it was going to ban it entirely. So it would ban less as well
But
as
you could.
more, right?
Okay.
And that's the devil in the detail, the way these things are written, because legislators or city council members are not grocers. They don't understand the complexity of supply chain. They don't understand the complexity of the storefront. So it's a lot of educating them about, okay, you want to do this. That's your policy initiative. We understand. But these are the potential unintended consequences of the idea that the way it's written. I'll give you another one, Mike, because you might be interested in this as well. There are a couple of cities in California that have placed restrictions on what grocers can carry within a certain distance of their checkout stand.
Like what?
Oh,
Maybe you've heard of that. So it was, it's an
Yeah.
attempt to provide healthier alternatives where an impulse purchase might be most
yeah.
So like no more candy bars or something like that at the
correct.
grocery checkout.
But within that is definitions of what, so a honey sweetened almond is caught up in that and can't be featured there. Or there's a sophistication and a detail layer that makes those ordinances pretty hard, in addition to the way that a grocer operates, and that's valuable real estate in the store. And now the city, a couple of cities have put their hand into the economics of that grocery store by placing what is essentially merchandising restrictions on a grocer.
So wild. That is so wild to think. Like I've worked with like food service companies that do like, big cafeterias at big office buildings and stuff like that. And anecdotally they've done things around kind of like, oh, when you put the salady stuff on the edge of the thing, people get it more. Or like sometimes you'll see like the animal meat thing is like kind of way back in the corner and something like that, right? And so that seems like a kind of people, I don't know, seem like they welcome that, I guess. And then, but I've never heard of someone trying to do that in like a more open environment than a company like a grocery store. Um, but it's probably coming from some of the same principles. The personalization thing, because Melanie and I were talking about earlier how a lot of times people in the industry have been talking about the future grocery is all going to be personalized shopping, et cetera, and stuff like that. And we were both kind of recounting our own personal experiences that we haven't really seen that pan out to the same degree as like other e-commerce things have happened. Is that legislation you're mentioning kind of like is it preventing just even customization on like, let's say, a website for a grocery store? Or is it just
Not necessarily that. In speaking with the author of this bill, they've expressed that they don't want to restrict those loyalty programs and things like that. So it's really the minutia of the job that our government relations team does to change a if to an or a
yeah.
may instead of a have to, kind of thing. So, but privacy as a general thing is definitely being wrestled with, and it's not just grocery. It's across other platforms where, they're mining personal details and using it for their business model. It's something that I know a California legislature has their eye on.
That's so
Like
interesting.
a GDPR, but for
Yeah,
California.
right.
Got
Wow.
it. So last question for you is the crystal ball question, Doug. Now, if you, in your world, if you had a crystal ball that could tell you anything about the future of grocery, what question would you ask it?
Yeah, it's pretty. Looking in that ball is pretty murky. I think I would want to. Um, I don't know. I don't know what I would want to ask it. I'd probably want to ask it if the forces within the various regulatory agencies and the political sphere swing to the side of the grocery at any point, because we're really, as an industry, very, very focused on food accessibility and food affordability. And I think that's something that everybody can agree with is a high goal. Um, and um, is there any point in the future where uh, politicians and regulatory agencies take up that mantle in addition to grocers? That would be guess my question.
That's a good question. That's a big one. And certainly, yeah, you've kind of given us a glimpse into how some of the policy sausage is made. And it is kind of wild to think that an and or an or can shift the lives and businesses of so many different things. So we'd love to check in with you again and let's see if that crystal ball thing gets answered maybe. But
Let's do this in 2032. Is that what you're
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We'll check in with you again, but thanks for keeping our eyes and awareness appealed of what's going on out there, especially from policy perspective in our largest, most populous state, which is bigger than Canada.
And
Doug Scholz, everybody from California Grocers Association. Thanks so much for coming on. All right, from one guest to another, Michael, how are you?
Doing great. Great to see you, Mike. Great to see you, Melanie.
Hi.
Are you oh, okay? No, you're in it off. Are you calling us from a walk-in fridge? It looks like a walk-in fridge.
Like a big storage facility like that you see on like a crime lab. Like we'll go back and get these records from the vault.
Yeah, it's somewhere in between that. No, I'm not in the fridge. It's a little like broom closet, and I was looking to see if I could get the blur feature going, but I have to download the app. So anyway, this is
It,
why you get.
uh, I actually think it's way more interesting without the blur. I love it. It gives
Yeah,
a
I do
scene.
too.
Everybody, this is Michael Ray Robinov. We go way back. He is the CEO of Farm to People. They are a direct to consumer grocer in. Are you guys only in New York City or are you tri-state?
We are now in North Jersey as well, so the five boroughs plus North Jersey, and working on tri-state in the coming months.
Okay, cool. This is I love having this show because I get to talk to so many diverse kind of viewpoints. We just talk with a guy from the California Grocers Association about kind of policy and how that's shaping grocery life in California and all that. For the listeners that maybe are located outside of New York City or don't use your service or yet, can you give a little kind of a blurb about what Farm to People is and how you guys are different from kind of a normal grocer?
Yeah, absolutely. Um, Farm to People at its core is an online farmers market grocery delivery service. Our mission is really to connect small farmers, makers, ranchers, fishers, bakers, etc., more directly with the end user. We are really the two in Farm to People. We're working and planning with all of our farm partners on the one end. They're bringing all of their food into our facility in Bushwick, Brooklyn, where we break cases down to eaches, create, Mike's or Melanie's or anyone else's order. And then we handle everything from packing that back up to last mile delivery to your home or office or wherever. Um, and we're different from a grocery store because we're much, much more curated. We're more than a farmer's market in the sense that we carry, bananas and avocados and lemons and a whole bunch of different items that are not traditionally found in, northeastern U.S. agriculture. So we're more of a one-stop shop than your farmer's market. But we're also much more curated than a Whole Foods or even a Trader Joe's, where you're finding between 4,000 and 20,000 SKUs. At Farm to People, we now have about 1,200, and we'll probably grow that to about 2,000 ultimately.
But you guys are just doing food, like you're not selling like toothpaste and stuff, are you?
That as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't have toilet paper. We don't have toothpaste. We
Yeah.
don't have deodorant.
It's just the edible part of the grocery store.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm going to ask the hard question now because Melanie and I were talking about it earlier is Melanie, step in. I don't want to speak for you, but we were just kind of like talking about the differences in like trust in like online shopping, especially for produce, right? Like we all know the box of graham crackers is going to be the box of graham crackers, but like how do you get over that hump of convincing somebody that like, hey, Farm to People is going to give me the right tomato or the best tomato, right? Because I think I'd love to hear your point of view on this. Like, do you think that's still a barrier for people to switch to something that's online versus tactile?
And something I'd like to add before you jump in there too is sometimes, so I cover produce quite extensively at Mintel, and Mike and I were talking about how like that is the limitation, the things that consumers are less likely to buy online produce. And we talk about those things with like picking out like a ripe or a fresh thing, but also the size of which you need for a recipe. Like people, on you know, social media being like, I asked for a pound of carrots and I got 1 carrot that is a pound carrot. How am I going to use this? Knowing that consumers are not especially potentially great at figuring out how to pivot from that kind of a purchase.
Yeah, I think great question. I think we always start off by saying that, our customer satisfaction is our top priority. And we tell customers that on onboarding, on our website. And so I think one great way to like rebuild or hold someone's trust is really to just like have that be in their mind at all times and really take away that like fear of failure or fear of getting ripped off or not getting what you need. And so we always start with that. Look, produce is a very much alive and from the moment it's picked, really like it's starting to die in its process. So I think for us it's really about making sure that we're keeping our customers trust. We feel like we're best situated, and there's a couple things that we do operationally that like a lot of the other online food delivery companies don't do that I think gives us a unique advantage. One is that the time from like farmers harvesting something, especially when it's local, to it showing up in your kitchen is really, really consolidated. So like there's many instances where like a product is in the field yesterday, delivered to us today and in your kitchen tomorrow. So, that's very, very different from most grocery stores where the average piece of produce is, out of the field, for 10 to 21 days even. So we're shrinking that by a huge amount. The other thing, and this is more on the logistics side, many like e-commerce, food boxes, whether it's like a meal kit box or whether it's an online grocery box, are often shipping, through channels like FedEx or overnight, let's call it overnight couriers. And so they're using a lot of ice, and their transit time can often be like 24 to even like 48 or even 60 hours. And that's often out of refrigeration. I mean, it's not often, it is out of refrigeration. It might have a ton of ice, but it's out of refrigeration. And so that's going to speed up, especially in the summertime, that product deteriorating. And the reason at the top of the call that you asked, like the reason we have been so slow to expand is one, we think there's an incredible opportunity in New York City. It's a city of 8 million people. But two, we want to make sure that like the produce that we're picking and packing into your box gets delivered in as quickly and as short an amount of time as possible. So our boxes are packed like literally the morning that they're delivered. And we see the success rate and to put it in numbers, like the amount of complaints per 100 orders is about one. So one quality complaint per 100 orders. And we believe we can get that down. But also we invite our customers to complain, which is weird to say, but we invite them to complain because we don't want them to just quietly quit us and say like, oh, I got like a moldy tomato or a bruised banana. Let us know. We credit it 100% and it helps our team improve.
That part, because we were saying that the lack or perceived lack of feedback if something goes awry is like a very big limitation for consumers. So like building that trust in there, that's really important.
But also it seems like your selection set is also much more differentiated because you're getting only from, aside from the bananas and the coffee, but like you're getting like local producers, which more often than not is going to be fresher, more seasonally focused, and things like that. And that's not something. Yeah, I mean, Whole Foods in theory tries to do that, and they do in some respects, but like there's a lot of stuff that just comes from wherever, right? There. If you're a farmer in your network, like what's that experience working with you guys versus like a big distributor? Like how are they able to cut out like layers of middlemen because they're just going pretty much to you guys?
Yeah, 100%. And I think, the more we scale, the more we prove that out. We're able to start our partnership with a farm well before even the crop is ready. Like we're now to the level where we're starting to plan, like, and giving people year over year numbers and saying like, this is how many melons we'll need. This is how many
Mm.
zucchinis we'll need. And so like that partnership often starts in January, February, March of the year when, farmers are starting to seed things and starting to literally think about the farm's real estate and what the different outputs of the fields are going to be, and what they're going to put for their own CSA, what they're going to put for restaurant partners, what they're going to put for farmers markets. And then farm to people is part of that. It's another leg on the chair, so to speak. What that also means is that we're able to like understand what volumes make sense for them to deliver directly, what margins make sense for both obviously our customers, but also for them. And so we're able to really like combine minimums and amounts that make it worthwhile for the farmer to deliver directly to us. And then, of course, I think, on a percentage basis, when you look at all of the different like chunks that are taken out by different distributors or middlemen or brokers, like in traditional retail, farmers on the national average are seeing about 13 to 15% of the customer food dollars. So when you go to the store and buy, a bunch of carrots for $3, the farmer is seeing about 40 to 50 cents of that amount. Whereas on farm to people, if you're buying a bunch of carrots for $3, the farmer is seeing between like $1.40 and $1.50. So they're
Oh,
seeing
it's
about
huge.
50%. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Is most of your clientele, do you think, people that already love to go to farmers markets and just can't always find the time, or is it people that, and maybe it's probably a mixture of both, but like versus people that they just don't go to farmers markets at all, but they just like it because you get quality produce from you guys? Like, are you guys like helping advance the relationship between urbanites and like farms and farmers markets?
I love this question because this is exactly like literally my only job before Farm to People was working at the Hawthorne Valley farm stand at Union Square. And so I had this unique perspective, I guess it was 2010 to 2012, this unique perspective at the time of the diehard OG folks that would show up at 8 a.m. every Saturday morning and would be there rain or shine and like supported the farm no matter what. And they knew what stand they got what from, and they were awesome. And then I would see throughout the day and throughout the season, like the more fair weather folks. And I never put a number to it, but when we were starting Farm to People, I started to look at like what the sort of numbers behind this, what that actually meant. And what I was able to come across was that about 3% of New Yorkers shop for the majority of their food from either a CSA or a farmer's market. Yet, when people are asked what type of food they want to eat, do they want to support more local? Do they want to eat more farm to table, et cetera, type of food? 50% of New Yorkers want to eat this way. And so, well, I could say, there's an opportunity to convert the, 2 or 3% of New Yorkers that are going to farmers markets. That is totally not what we're out to do or want to do. What I
Yeah.
see as the opportunity is the 47% of folks that, maybe they're going to the farmers market every once in a while, but they wish they were going to the farmers market every week. And that's what we can solve.
Yeah, because they're quality driven, and they just don't have a good way to execute on it. Even though the farmers market's there, to them it's just for one reason or another they just can't make it there. I get it. I love farmers markets. I was maybe a little triggered when you said the fair weather thing because I might have been more fair weather.
It's
I think that's
really
most
tough
of us.
to be
Yeah.
a diehard. I think it's really interesting too, because when you're sort of talking about the curation part of all of this, I think what can be really overwhelming to go shopping in general, just, the sheer number of products that we were talking about, but even going to a farmer's market, I never know when I should pick out the tomatoes. Like, should I get it from this one, from this one, from this one? Because I'm just kind of bouncing in and out. And I think, like, from your website, what kind of sticks out is that you have a limited selection in a good way, because you've done the legwork for the consumer of saying, this is a good product, this is what we trust, this is what we're getting, these relationships, and then some of the other, the pantry items and things like that as well. Because one of the things that Mike and I were talking about a lot earlier is just the idea that consumers are exhausted. They'd maybe like to be that 47% who go buy more local, but oh my gosh, there's so much more work that you have to do for everything that you want to add into the process.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that it's a really like interesting problem to solve, because you have potentially like a lot of different suppliers, and maybe not all of them, especially as we have scaled up the model a little bit, but our ambition is to scale it up a lot more, that a small farm can't necessarily like meet the demand of New York City. And so what we're going to be able to do is like maintain that curation, but also onboard more farms to allow for like, them to sell out on a daily basis, but we'll be able to like keep heirloom tomatoes in stock, or summer squash in stock, or different items. It just might come from, Sunsprout Farm on a Monday, Halal Pastures on a Tuesday, somewhere in time on a Wednesday. And we're keeping that level of curation so that you're not overwhelmed as a customer on the front end, but we're also able to support and increase our support of additional farms within the Northeast.
That's awesome.
So I'd love to hear your vision of kind of what like long-term scale looks like in that, right? Because and I'm bringing up a Walmart because I'm not trying to compare your trajectory to them at all, but like Walmart in day one of Walmart probably sourced from only local suppliers, right? It sounds weird to say that, right? But then like they chose the path of like centralization and consolidation to get the lowest price, and that's kind of how they've built their footprint. If in your dream of dreams, scaling farm to people to the theoretical max of what you think it can look like, what does that setup look like? Because you're so wedded to the idea of like local farmers going to the local clientele. Like, what would that look like for you guys?
Yeah, and I think it is always like local and regional first, but I also think like when you look at our assortment, it's also understanding that, New Yorkers want bananas and want avocados and trying to
Sure.
find the best. So I just want to caveat
Yeah.
that we're not 100% local by any stretch. Um, I think that a lot of this is also like systemic. Like a lot of the supply chain was like going after the cheapest food. Um, and a lot of the alignment with even like government and subsidies are all about like going towards like maximum output, but not necessarily thinking about the residual costs. And I think about that in a real sense, I get that there's a lot of people that, are food insecure and that food does need to be more accessible. So I say all of this with that in mind. And I just think that there needs to be like a gross overhaul of subsidies in general, and that the government and we people need to understand like that there are considerations we should be making with like what type of food we're making accessible and what type of food we're subsidizing. So that's on like a more macro level. For farm to people, I think it's about like how do we compete with an Amazon or a Walmart? I think it's really about like leveraging a bit more like technology. Like at some point in time, someone was asking the same question of like an Airbnb. Like, how is an Airbnb gonna go after like hotels? Like there's no way, right? Was the argument for a long time. and they were able to like look at cities and look at supply and demand and look at connecting people through technology and leveraging technology to find out like where they needed more apartments to come online, where they needed more guests to be, marketed to, et cetera, to like manage that supply and demand problem. We by no stretch could grow 10x in 6 months the same way technology can. We I think all understand that food scales in a different way. But what I do think is
Not
really
everybody understands that. I just
Catch
want to say
playing.
thank you for thinking that way. I had to get right into the mic and say that a lot of companies flame out because they don't get that, but proceed.
That's a great point.
Yeah. Well, I think we've seen a lot of companies not succeed because they mess that up. And so I say that every chance I can get, because I think it's really, really important to know that this is a marathon and not a sprint. And you're dealing with crops, you're dealing with seasons, you're just dealing with things that take time. And real like capital expenditures. Like a lot of our business is CapEx. A lot of it is walk-in refrigeration and dealing with trucks and dealing with food. And that's very different than like bringing a new server online, that like Airbnb could have done. So I really think like what we're trying to do here in the Northeast, starting with New York, but the Northeast has 50 million Americans within basically like a 500-mile, circumference, which is wild. Um, is how do we create regional ecosystems, much like farmers markets have done all over the country? So really looking at like farmers market networks, whether they're in Detroit or whether they're in Miami or whether they're in LA, how do we tap into these like regional food systems while also understanding what we're learning about what other food we need to provide to really create that mix that works for our customers. So we still look at New York as like a proof of concept where we're doing now 5,000 weekly deliveries. We have 10,000 active monthly customers, but we still think we're just like understanding and refining the model around that. But ultimately, to answer your question, that was a long way of doing so. I think it's around combining um, macro change that we need to see and ask for as a society to value the right food, and then leveraging technology to allow a farm of a certain size, a small farm, to be able to actually compete with the larger, big agricultural, industrial sort of complex.
How else do you think you incentivize the right food? Like you said that, and that's such a huge, powerful concept. And I know we're a little over time with you, so I don't know if you can stay, if you're free to stay a few more minutes. Okay.
Absolutely.
But like that idea of incentivizing the right food is so loaded with just, I don't know, there's a lot in there. Like, how do you kind of see that phrase?
I think one, we need to make cheap food. We need to like really like actually like create what is the real, and this is like a question I asked myself, like what is the real cost of food? Because right now we're subsidizing and making accessible the wrong food at a price that is cheaper and does satiate and does make you feel healthier in the moment, but is also like leading to diabetes and obesity and all of these other things that are actually have a tremendous cost to our healthcare system and a tremendous cost to our population writ large. So to me, it's around like really rebalancing that. I think Europe does this much, much better than we do. If you go into a grocery store in Germany, the cost of a gallon of milk is like half the price of a cost of a gallon of milk. And it often comes from a farm that is within Germany. And the size of Germany is like, the size of California or something. So you're like, more of our milk or more of our vegetables should be coming from much, much closer to us. And if you think about the Northeast, there's this particular problem where, I think the number is like 75% of our produce is coming from California or Mexico. And we're losing small farmers at an appalling rate on the dairy side. Sorry to harp on dairy, but America had 650,000 dairy farmers in 1970. 650,000 dairy farmers. Today, we have less than 20,000 dairy farmers, but the same amount of cows. So there's a system of consolidation that just doesn't help the small farmer continue. And I think that, that's been at the expense of obviously the American economy and small towns. And when you drive across America, you see this, but also our own like population health and land.
Well, subsidies aside, though, what's the the thing that a small farmer should really double down on to kind of compete with the big giants that are just competing on price?
Mm. And I apologize for bringing up subsidies. It's hard to like not bring up subsidies because I think that's like a big systemic change. Obviously, like I think the work that we're all doing right now at Farm to People with our farms is how it starts. And I think it's kind of like, you know, dairy to continue on the dairy, but when you think about these like big cooperatives that exist in our supply chain and our food system, I think they're really disruptive, and they are, especially again on the dairy side of things, like farms that work with a dairy cooperative, it's all or nothing. And I think we have a system in meat as well that is kind of like all or nothing. So if you're a dairy farm and you want a guaranteed income, you often
Mhm.
will work with a cooperative, but the cooperative, it's commodity driven. And so depending on what the commodity price is, they're deciding like what you're going to get paid. And you often don't know what you're going to make on that product before you deliver it to the cooperative, which is crazy, right? Like you're delivering a service and you're going to find out what they're going to pay you after. So it has no bearing on your cost, which is like not how anyone would run a business. Um, the cooperative model though is it's almost mob like, right? Because like if you dare to leave the cooperative model, it's all or nothing. So if you say like, oh, but I'd like to sell a little bit at the farmer's market, or I'd like to create like a dairy CSA, or do a little bit to diversify my income. No, you can't diversify your income. You have to be in the cooperative where you're
Hmm.
kind of held hostage by the system that is broken. Or
Wow.
you can leave the cooperative entirely, but you risk losing your business if you don't have an outlet to sell all of your milk.
Huh.
And I'm highlighting the dairy industry because that's one that's particularly recent in my mind from a conversation I had with a farmer. But you're seeing that kind of structure that's hurting small farmers in other industries as well, whether it comes to commodity crops like grain or soy, or wheat. When it comes to meat, there's a ton of like there's a huge issue with on-farm processing. We used to allow like USDA on-farm processing, so farms could process their own chicken or their own meat. That's no longer a thing. You have to go to a processor. Those processors are controlled by 3 or 4 companies.
Yeah.
So you have this consolidation that's making the true cost out of whack. And I think that that's like something to your point, Mike and Melanie, like if the true cost of food could actually be like a little bit more like unburdened by these systemic challenges, I actually think the cost of food would come down if it were a little bit more of a kind of libertarian, like market driven model.
Well, I mean, just if you could account for all the externalities of a food, yeah, I think the cheap, $1 bag of chips is probably going to be $3 or $4, right? Not an heirloom tomato is not $8 a pound; it's maybe $4 a pound. So I think it's almost seems like part of it, and I'm I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it almost seems like if Farm to People succeeds at building a really robust market, that's not only good for people that want to get access to better food, but farmers like have more of a landing pad if they want to leave that cooperative and say, you know what, I'm not going to just take the commodity price. Farm to People built this brand and they're known for good stuff, yada yada yada, or whoever it is. I'm going to go with them. Like, is that kind of the vision?
100%. You said it better than I could say it. 100%. Like 100%. If we can build that demand and show farmers that demand exists and figure out the last mile legit, all of the things I always say, farmers really at their core want to farm. They want to grow
Yeah.
great product. They've been forced because of you know pricing and consolidation, all these different things, to wear so many more hats than just the farmer. They're now marketing their product. They're doing customer service. They're figuring out technology. They're figuring out all of these crazy things just to move some product at an absurdly low cost. The margins are crazy. Farmers work 7 days a week. It's a brutal job. There's a reason that, the average age of the farmer is 65 in America. And that's really because no, every farmer is telling their kids not to join the farm. They're
Yeah.
telling them to go find other jobs. And that's a crisis. Like we're going to have no farmers left, you know, again, not to want the past so much. Again, I think there's many wonderful things about the present, including the technology that's allowing farm to people to exist and to do this. But 100 years ago, 7% of the US population were farmers. Today, it's less than 2%.
Yeah. It's a similar thing I see, and I think maybe this is where like brands and media and the conversation can really play a role. Because you said, the 65-year-old farmers telling their kids don't go into farming because it's so hard. I think about like the mid 90s, and like chefs were the same way. Like if you're a line cook, and you had a kid, you'd be like, do not become a line cook, right? And then slowly, like Food Network and a lot of other stuff happened where it became like, oh, I used to be an investment banker and I quit my job to like go peel potatoes at Noma now, right? And it just like it completely flipped that. And I wonder if there's a future that kind of looks like that to re-engage farmers to kind of, I don't know. Uh,
I,
Well,
yeah,
I
go
was
for
going
it.
to say, I also wonder if, like you were talking about the commodification of the actual crops that are being grown, or like the diversification of what they could actually want to grow and what they could put out there, if there were this different kind of market for it. Like when I think about like Dan Barber and like the kind of stuff up there where it's like doing really interesting things and getting to show the creativity and sort of like the art of farming and breeding, like those kinds of things, bringing back some of the heirloom. I know we've been on that path, but there are costs associated with it, like that probably limit a lot of consumers from being like, I'd love an heirloom tomato, but those kinds of things. I wonder, how much of that into that future equation too. If you could be really excited about the crops that you're growing, does that make a difference too? If there's also a market that gives you back the money, that makes it worthwhile for you to do that.
Yeah, and I think chefs have been, to your point about chefs have also been the best thing for farms. Like this idea that chefs are now creating a market for a more diverse set of crops that they want, whether it's due to flavor, color, assortment, whatever they want. I think that's like a really, really wonderful way for farmers to experiment with more diversity on their farms, to know that there's a market for it. There's so many great things that chefs are doing, and I mean, I totally agree. I mean, I think media is also like at an inflection point. It feels to me like so much of what we read is like clickbaity stuff, whether it's someone getting canceled or some like trendy viral item. Like it's unfortunate because like I completely agree, and I think we need to be championing. It's just the good in the world and the cool, innovative things that are happening. And it seems at times that no one wants to read it, or at least no one wants to write about it.
Well, I think trends are so funny because, like, recently the Dubai chocolate bar thing happened. I
My
know because
chocolate.
and then there's like Dubai chocolate. It's this like chocolate bar that's stuffed with this pistachio sweet filling, and then like overseas, like they're running out of pistachios, right? And so it's just such a weird artificial shock because like I don't think agriculture didn't account for a lot of humanity, but it definitely didn't account for TikTok.
No, or health trends
Yeah,
like the
that's
quinoa and the same thing.
yeah.
Like,
Well,
Which
okay,
is where
so
Oh,
yeah,
sorry, just to add one, but which is where like eating local, like I think this is the other thing. Like there, a lot of health trends also go in the face of, well, health or other food trends just go in the face of like really like where you are in the world and the terroir where you are. As there's so much about globalization, like you can now fly into an airport in Paris and you'll see Starbucks and you'll see, the same things that you'll see in LaGuardia. And there's this sort of like sterilization of that comes with
hmm
globalization. I think we really need to like celebrate that, like when I'm in New York, like this is more of the food that I should be eating. And when I'm in California, that is so exciting because this is more of the food I should be eating. And and that's a really hard retraining, but also chefs can help drive towards that because chefs can make that sexy, that fun, that a cool challenge. And it can really bring back that like I shouldn't be eating as many tropical fruits or citrus when I'm in New York. And when I'm in California, I should be loading up on citrus, but only loading
And
up on citrus this time of year?
that's what I was going to say. The seasonality of it, like the Sumo citrus has done such a great job of being like, our season is January to April. I could talk a whole bunch about just their whole marketing strategy and how interesting it is, but it is like it is time. And then it's over and it is gone. And they're having all these like emails about like, remember when we were in season, remember all the fun you had? It makes people who know and who are into it get really excited for next year. It is special because it is not available all the time.
I mean, I think Americans are capable of doing it, but I'm a huge football fan and I'm currently suffering through the fact that there's no football. But it makes me enjoy football that much more. But yet, when it comes to, like, I don't know, strawberries, like, you tell somebody you can't have a strawberry 6 months out of the year, and the average person's like, what are you talking about? Of course I can have a strawberry, right? And it is ironic because it is the same as saying, like, well, why doesn't the NFL play all year round? Because everyone would get hurt and it'd be bad
Yeah.
for everybody. So,
There'd be no teams left.
Such a good
all right.
point.
So Michael, last two quick questions for you. We'll send you on your way. So many things to look at systemically in the grocery and food system. If you had a magic wand, you could wave it at any kind of one of those areas to change it. What would it be? Like wholesale systemic change. You already said subsidies,
Yeah, yeah.
or is that the one?
It's a good one. It's got to be highly considered. I think I think like I always come back to the question like about like just like the true cost of food. And I think the true cost of food is so much more than like an apple costs X. Like I think um when can we start to like even price in, you know, the environmental, the social, the nutritional cost? I think, you know, your newsletter even, Mike, has brought up questions like this. I thought one of the things you wrote about, especially around like restaurants and like the sustainability of restaurants, and you know, we're looking at labels so much when we're buying food, you know, at a grocery store, and yet we go into a restaurant and that's all out the window. We just sort of like trust, you know, some random spot on some random street to like give me a nutritious food. And restaurants are so low margin, likely that food isn't very healthy. And yet, you know, we go to the grocery store and we're like, oh no, I would never feed myself that. So I think that there's like such a disconnect. I guess like I talk about it as the true cost of food, but I also think it's like a consciousness level, which you are certainly helping with this podcast and the work that you've been doing for many, many years. But is how can we, if we could just like magic wand, like raise people's consciousness about like how they view food in their house, out of their house, on the farm, I think a lot of consumers would start doing, you know, maybe more common sense things, but they're only common sense because we know about it. So many people
Mm-hmm.
are in the dark, and a lot of that is systemic. There's marketing, there's a whole system that is kind of created to keep people relatively in the dark about this stuff. A lot of money in it.
It is, and the whole restaurant food thing reminds me of this meme that I keep seeing where it's like somebody says, like, you know, the real secret why restaurant food's so much better than your home cooked meal is because they're using insane gobs of butter and things like that. And then the punchline to the thing was like, you know, at a restaurant, I really need someone who doesn't give a shit about my health to cook for me. Because that's why it's tasty, right? And
So funny. Different rules.
it's a totally different rule. Okay.
Yeah.
Last
Like when do you
question.
deep fry at home? Like never.
No,
Like
exactly. Yeah,
No.
exactly.
Home is the air fryer.
Yeah, of course. um, Michael, so if you had a crystal ball about the future of grocery, it could tell you anything, what would you ask it?
what will what will the future hold from a like climate change perspective? I think like what will be growing where like I think we're gonna see a lot more climate disasters um happen. We're already seeing it happen much more frequently, whether it's, you know, fires in North Carolina, fires in New Jersey. I mean, like fires in New York. Like I don't remember that in my lifetime. So I think there's like a whole bunch of unprecedented things, and I'd be just if we could know how climate change is going to reshape the food system, um, obviously it would be an advantage to farm to people to be able to plan for that and to me,
Yeah.
but I would want to share that with everyone and prepare us for a landing.
I think it's getting bad enough that I think it's gonna just like literally edit the kinds of food that we can eat, or like well, it's a big point of conversation in the wine world right now, right? Which climate and year it just like what happens when you can't grow Bordeaux in Bordeaux anymore because it's insanely hot, you know?
Exactly.
And then how do we acclimate people to what then becomes your local, or how far does local become out
Yeah,
if that's where you need to go to be able to get something that grows?
totally. Yeah.
Well, Michael, thanks for spending some time with us and being so generous with your time. It's so good to kind of check in with you and just watch how you've developed Farm to People over the years. So, any listeners in the New York tri-state area, no, 5 boroughs in North Jersey area, check out Farm to People. That's two, the number two,
No,
Farm to
the
People.
T-O. T-O.
T-O. It is,
Yeah,
okay.
it is
Wasn't
T-O.
it two before
Never a
the
two.
number?
There might be another brand. I won't mention them.
All right. Farm to People, TO people. Anyway, Michael, thanks for spending time with us here, and hope you have a good one.
So nice to talk
Melanie,
with you.
yeah. So thank you both so much for having me. Huge fan of the pod and your work, and I appreciate all you having me on.
Great.
To see
Take
you soon.
care. See
Take
you, bud.
care.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So we
That was
did
fun.
quite, I mean, two super diverse points of view,
Yeah.
or just vantage points, really.
It's so interesting because I feel like we looked at it from two very different sets of restrictions.
Policy and like on the ground farmers
Yeah.
market distribution. Yeah.
And like how policies affect how farms can be farms and then where it can go and how it can be processed. And it's such a interconnected, complicated web, the entire food system, all of it.
Well, and you're right. There is a lot of concentration of power too, because like I keep for some reason the Doug kind of pointing out, and this is obvious in any legal thing, the and or the or can change the series of fortunes. And then Michael comes up with a story of how like the dairy co-op is an or, not an and, meaning you
Yeah.
either sell through our co-op and take our price, or you go out on your own. There's no I'm going to sell in your co-op and I'm going to sell at the farmer's market, right? And so that's quite
Yeah.
literally soup to nuts. We saw how like that can kind of have huge knock-on effects for farmers and food and things
The
like
other
that.
thing I was going to bring up that is kind of coming into play in two different, well, I guess in the same way, is whether we like it or not. And there are a lot of things that would be great to change, is that at the end of the day, the price that gets passed on to the consumer, no matter how much they want to be thinking about things in a certain way, if at the end of the day they do not have the money to put into it, that stops them right there. And I know that there is sort of a limitation to how much one person can actually stretch. And so I'm thinking about the consumers in California, absorbing the prices, the costs that are coming from these policies, the things that the legislators maybe are doing to serve a greater good if they think they're eliminating ingredients or things like this because they think it's healthier, but it still comes to the consumer. And then at the other end, where buying direct from farm does come with a price. It's like it is available to a certain consumer.
Yeah.
The hope, the goal on both ends is that the changes that could happen in the system, the work that we're seeing done by both of them and by different other players in the industry, is that how do we advance the process of buying, the process of growing food, so that it benefits the environment and the farmers, but also at the end of the day, those consumers who need, despite what we said before, they need to eat to live.
And I think that's like my wish for the industry, grocery, but also just food in general, is like, how does the industry walk and chew gum at the same time? Meaning, there's the consumer who can absorb the price of something that's a little bit more regulated because it has to be shipped in completely recyclable plastic, which is more expensive, yada, yada. But then there's, like you said, like how do you also make it so that people below a certain level of income, their choices aren't just kind of heavily processed foods and they can get like real food, right? And I think that a lot of times the conversation is like an either or, you know?
Yeah.
And I think we're big enough of a population that you can do something taxing the hell out of something over here for a greater good or to change behavior or to change infrastructure, but also kind of make it easier for people to eat healthy because it's certainly not the way it's
Yeah.
set up at all right now.
And I think it comes back down again to opportunities for, I think, retailers, because one of the big problems for consumers buying healthy, we hear all the time, like, oh, just buy, beans, just buy the raw produce, just chop it up. There's obviously a lot of time, energy restrictions, but consumers don't necessarily have any idea what to do with it, how to actually chop up an onion, how long to cook it for, how to do what feels like it should be very basic. And so it's like there's still all these barriers to even get to the point where you can go do that and you can even take advantage of, if we get more healthy food, you still have to understand how to make it taste good, because at the end of the day, we have this amazing stat about how consumers choose food and drink. The number one consideration is taste. It's 72%. It has to taste good. It comes above cost, and it is, that's 48%, and then health is all the way down at 40. Don't even start to talk about all the things like environmental friendliness, all of those things. Those are very much for the real life consumer nice to haves. And what can we be doing as an industry to make that table stakes? You don't have to choose between something that tastes good and something that's healthy and something that's good for the environment. Like, that's the end goal, is how do we make these things all coexist and so you can have everything.
I think about like beans, for instance, right? Beans, pretty healthy for you, pretty sustainable, great for soil, great for the
Hmm.
planet. But it's like the amount of effort you'd have to do to not only get people excited for beans, but to like train them to not only cook beans, but cook them to a level where it makes the $4 or $5 Big Mac at McDonald's seem disgusting.
Hmm.
Because that's sort of the problem right now is like, you could it's if you don't know how to be completely amazing cooking beans, it seems like a sacrifice when you can just go down the street and get a fast food thing for super cheap. And so it's like, and I think that's a little bit what of Michael has to do too, like building demand for the farmers market, is that he's got to kind of work extra hard to break through the gravitational pull of the industrial food system or the fast food system or something like that.
I mean, the delivery system, I mean, New York, you can get anything at any time, right? Like that, to take the time to wait for your box, to prepare everything from it, to put it all together, to plan it into a meal. Like, I think there's a certain privilege that comes with being able to live that lifestyle. And, I would like to be able to focus on that a little bit more than I even do. I mean, I work in this day to day, and still at the end of the day, I've got, a cupboard full of beans I'm not cooking and things in my freezer I'm popping into the microwave, because that is the best that I can do sometimes. And there's also, the sort of guilt that comes with, if the conversation around us is, this is the way to be healthy, this is how we choose good foods, like even putting sort of the morality on that, I think that's discouraging to a consumer, to be like, well, if I can't be all in, then what's the point? We see this with the Dirty Dozen marketing. I've read from, and somebody who, an organization that obviously has stakes in it, that when certain demographic groups are not able to purchase organic, they just don't purchase produce at all, because there's a fear that if they're not doing it that way, then they're not doing it at all. So I think we just have to be careful in the way that we talk about what's good, what's real, because for some consumers, it's very much not a choice that they even get to make.
I think grocery stores are a really interesting venue to kind of make a lot of that change happen because, like, the first episode of this season was the future of restaurants, right? And obviously, that's a
Mm-hmm.
big part of how people eat. Um, Even though restaurants are accessible to everyone in theory, not everyone goes to restaurants that often. Everyone kind of has to go to unless you are literally growing all the food that you need, like you're a
Yeah.
homesteader. But
Right.
like,
And again, looking out at my like teeny tiny, like no sun balcony up on my fifth floor apartment.
you need the grocery stores right by you. So I think like it's literally the venue where supply meets demand. It stretches across. Doesn't matter who you are, you're gonna have to get something from the grocery store at some point. So, yeah, I think it's a just I don't know, a really energizing place to think about where to focus change. On the system. As we wrap up here, any final wishes or thoughts that you've been having for the industry? Like, what is this kind of all brought you around to? Have you changed your mind about anything? Is there anything that you're just like, oh, why can't that thing change for the future?
I mean, there are so many. There's so many. But I do think for the sake of the consumer, I wish that we could find a way to connect them with the very good work that brands and retailers and, these old, and obviously people like like Doug working in the legislative part, working with them to help them understand what's possible. And, obviously too, um, the alternative forms of selling. But how do we find that? It's again my crystal ball thing of like, how do we connect the good work that's being done, especially providing education to a consumer? Here's why you should care about this. Here's what you should do with their actual ability to absorb and do anything with that information. I think when I'm thinking, how do we go so far back to basics to like retrain ourselves to say, pretend like this consumer has never seen a cucumber before. Like pretend like they've never, seen a green banana next to a yellow banana. Like we really need to make sure that we're seeing from their point of view. I was just at a conference and I was talking to some wonderful folks who live in rural Kentucky, and they had sought out some really cool restaurants in Miami. They had good plans going on, but we were talking about dim sum and saying, oh, yeah, dim sum. And they said, what's that? I said, oh, it's, kind of the tapas of Chinese food. And they went, what's tapas? So for everything that we think that we know from where we are, there's still so much more that an average consumer just may have completely missed. So there's just still so much education. And I would love to see, especially retailers taking an opportunity to put up signage, to have like little videos, go something to be like, hey, did you know how to pick out a banana? Did you know how to pick out an avocado? Like, and those are some of the hard ones, but like, do you want to learn more? It's just such a hard place.
Yeah, this came up in another episode, just the power of just simple signage for things.
Hmm.
And I know it's more complicated than that. I know like a big grocery store might not have a person that just can dedicate their time to writing little to-dos and tips and stuff like that over. But I do think that, on the scale of doing that really well versus, I don't know, investing in some robot system, it's got to be cheaper than that. One of my favorite grocery stores, delis in the world is here in Michigan, Zingerman's in Ann Arbor. And
Hmm.
they have like 3 or 4 full-time illustrators that just work on staff, right? And again, I know this is not feasible for everybody, but they don't take any product photos. Like when they have like a new thing of olive oil come in, they don't photograph it, they illustrate it. And they have a very unique kind of like visual style of how it is, and it just kind of makes it feel warmer and interesting. But then also like they have oodles of signage telling you about what things can be used for or the origin story
Yeah.
for it. So again, while it's not feasible for every grocer to go to that great length, I think like a place like Zimmerman shows you what can happen in the experience, even if you just do a little of that and just, a little. You can't sell something to somebody that they don't know anything about, right? And so,
No, it's great. We're seeing more diverse produce. We'll stick there coming into different retailers. But if you don't understand what a passion fruit is supposed to look like when it's ripe, and you don't know what to do with it when you take it home, it's an expensive risk. And so it could be that then a store says, "Oh, well, people don't want that." Well, that's not true. We see in our data, people are really interested in this flavor. It's just making the connection to helping them actually do something with it. And, your example there makes me think of Central Market, the HEB, store that's focused on all of that produce. They are nothing but signage, and they have individual little signs on each type of, on the Chinese broccoli. It's like, this tastes like this. Here are good ways to cook it. It's not telling you a recipe, but it's giving you an idea of like a roadmap of, oh, okay, if this is a little bit like this, familiarity and then comparison. That's how people discover new flavors. That's how they discover new cuisines. Oh, this, Detroit style pizza is like a deep dish, but it's this more, and then it's this. And people want to try new things. They just need to understand how.
I
So,
I just think ironically, if a grocer could spend a little bit more, and I know everything is expense, but you spend a little bit of time and expense writing that little sign here, and you've kind of almost created a new customer for Chinese broccoli. Now you have another way to sell to them, right? And
that's how
so
I feel.
I do think it is more cost, but I do think there's definitely an ROI associated with this that can benefit people and planet and profit for them.
Yeah,
So
and biodiversity. When people want different kinds of things, it only contributes good things back into the world.
Well, this season we've touched on so many different themes, from protein to restaurants to hedonism to grocery, and I think about future seasons. Like, I'm sure we will definitely bring in new topics and things like that. But I feel like this one, grocery, is probably one perennial topic that each season is just going to have to be touched on. Because it's just such a big part of not just the food system, but how everyday people just interact with the food system. And
Yeah.
arguably, it's the most common way everybody interacts with the food system. And so I think it's just a meaningful venue to talk about. Melanie, I can't thank you enough for coming on here. Thank you for your time, your ideas, your insights. Look forward to continuing these conversations online and off. And for our listeners, thanks for making it here to the end. Like and subscribe and tell a friend. And everybody, go out and support your local grocery store. And
Go buy something new. Go buy a new produce.
Yep. Have a good day, everybody. Stay tuned for 2 bonus interviews starting right now with Cameron Gould Saltman, former food and beverage lead at Tic Tac Shop and Amazon Fresh, and then Errol Schweitzer, former VP of grocery at Whole Foods and publisher of the Checkout Grocery Update. All right, our next guest here, we are here with Cameron Gould Saltman. He is former head of food and drink at TikTok Shop. Cameron, how are you?
I'm living the dream. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's been it's great to have you here and excited to kind of talk about the future of grocery from your point of view, which your career in grocery or quasi grocery, however you want to call it, has been very, very tech influenced. I want to talk about your time, at TikTok with the TikTok Shop. Obviously, digital platforms, they've been discovery engines for food and drink for a while now. But like, how is the fundamental way that people discover like what to eat and where to shop like changed in the last 5 years, let's say, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think the last 5 years are an interesting set of years, right? And that takes us back to June 2020, where people were locked in their homes. Obviously, at that time it was a very interesting time to discover food, right? So at the time I was working at Amazon Fresh, which was 3 months into its expansion into the world of physical grocery, but the e-commerce side was booming, right? And like it was a 30% bump in e-commerce grocery sales, not just grocery sales, but obviously e-commerce in general. When people were locked in their homes, they had a tendency to shop e-commerce a lot more than going out and shopping for clothes or electronics. E-commerce across the board changed a lot. And we at Amazon decided to launch a grocery store amidst all of that.
It also seemed like during the pandemic, like 5 years worth of grocers trying to go to e-commerce platforms and kind of got compressed into like 18 months.
Yeah, we saw all sorts of iterations of competitors trying to do this, accelerations of innovation that didn't quite work out, some acquisitions here and there as everyone tried to capture that customer who was at home. So, you know, most retailers were trying to do the reverse of what Amazon was doing,
Yeah.
right? Which was the expansion uh, into brick and mortar, which was challenging. But most folks tried to accelerate their maturity within the e-commerce space. So let's talk about how brands were discovered. I mean, it was capital was different then. Brands coming up and flourishing, given the interest rates then, were very different than the place we are today. And there's a lot of stuff that has transpired over the last 5 years. I think, I was focused heads down on kind of building what the new normal was going to be for consumers. And I was really thinking about what what consumers were looking for, right? There were a number of trends, right? An inspiration of global flavors as customers wanted, they were tied to their kitchens and they really wanted inspiration and something more exciting than what they had been working on for the last, 10 years or so. There was, snacking was up. Discovery of the snacking aisle, so to speak, was all sorts of different, right? We saw a bunch of new snack entrants, some of whom have made successful exits subsequently. We saw a bunch of global inspirational flavors coming in as people wanted to try new foods and people were adventurous, which I think was very exciting. And how they were discovering these things, I mean, it was largely social media, right? Which sort of led me to TikTok. But at home, I was listening to more podcasts. Consumers were listening to more podcasts. They were watching television. They were spending more time on the internet, reading lists, listening to podcasts, and going on TikTok and talking to friends, right? Either in person in a bubble or not. And then once we came out of COVID, so to speak, a couple of years later, uh, the new norm sort of existed, right? And my job at the time was figuring out what that new norm was for prepared foods and culinary. But for brands, it was how do we then think through the new consumer behavior of going into stores, right? Have they moved back completely to their old shopping habits? Or are they discovering brands in a different way? And I think Meta ads and TikTok ads played a very different role throughout that time period.
Yeah.
So much so that in the world of TikTok, they said, hey, we've got a bunch of customers who are discovering these products on TikTok. We may as well build an easy way for them to shop for these products on TikTok, right? We know that brand A, B, and C are spending money on ads, trying to lead back to their own direct to consumer site and losing a bunch of consumers in that funnel. May as well just make it easy for a customer who's watching cat videos to scroll and discover a new chip brand and make a purchase right there, and then go back to scrolling videos. And that's the genesis story of TikTok Shop.
I'm glad you said that because from the outside, that literally is, I think, what obviously I thought was a strategy is like, oh, yeah, people are on TikTok looking up sauces and stuff. Might as well do it here. So it makes a lot of sense, right? Yeah. Okay.
It was interesting to just see a few of those trends, right? Like I'm thinking back in 2021, the big one was that feta pasta recipe, like the one pan feta pasta, and he stocked out all the grocery stores of feta pasta. That's the power of TikTok. And cottage cheese in 2022 or 2023, which was like the end all be all of high protein, can make anything, can make ice cream out of cottage cheese, can
Yeah.
make savory snacks out of cottage cheese, and stocked out a bunch of cottage cheese places as well. So really interesting to see the impact that some of those viral trends can have, right? Like virality in general has kind of taken a different form than it had historically, especially in the world of food and beverage, where it's so obvious to a customer walking a grocery aisle.
How do you think it's changed virality?
I think it is the frequency with which it can be hit is very different, right? The news outlets picking up on a trend, 20 years ago is very different than the speed with which something hits market and goes viral
Mm-hmm.
has changed due to social media, I think. So the
Mm-hmm.
frequency and the velocity, we'll say.
And
Dubai chocolate.
maybe the half-life too.
Yeah, and probably the half-life, right? Yeah. Cottage cheese was out after, I mean, not out, but yeah, the excitement was something of a fad. Dubai chocolate, which I continue to believe has to be a fad,
Yeah.
is kind of on its swing down, but it rose to stardom over the course of 2 or 3 weeks, and there was a shortage on pistachio cream as a result.
Which is funny because it feels like it just started and it's already
Yeah.
kind of waning, right? Well,
Yeah.
I mean, so that's interesting to me about how like how TikTok Shop works because obviously TikTok always gets cited as the place where the baked feta thing comes and goes really, really fast, right? But like and I get how the content can come and go really quick, but like as the shop, like how did you guys action on that? Like you didn't foresee feta being viral, so like how did you get stuff in this shop that was related to that quickly, or did you not? Or like I don't know, like how does the shop kind of react as quickly as the content does? Because it seems like it's so quick and retail doesn't typically work quickly.
That is accurate. I think it's the nuance that TikTok Shop is a marketplace rather than a retailer.
Okay.
So it all it takes is really quick entrepreneurs or brands who say we're seeing an increase in sales, or I want to capitalize on XYZ trend, and they can set themselves up a shop in a couple of days and
Okay.
start selling their stuff. So it doesn't take a buyer or buyer meetings or a reset cycle to be able to capitalize on that. It takes 5 Dubai chocolate bar manufacturers or brands to
Mm,
say, "Ooh, this looks like a trend. I'm going to capitalize on
I
it.
see.
I've got a supply chain that allows me to have, nearly unlimited capacity. I'm going to get on TikTok Shop and make a quick buck while I can."
And then presumably TikTok takes some kind of cut, but then the retailer is left to fulfill it and take the rest of it. That's
Yeah,
basically,
so
yeah.
there's a platform fee as a marketplace similar
Sure.
to Amazon,
Yeah.
and the brand gets the remainder unless they use affiliates, which is kind of the backbone of TikTok Shop, right? So you'll have 500 affiliates talking about brand A, B, or C, and those affiliates will also take a cut of what they sell.
So if this feels like a big part of the new normal, maybe it's not the whole new normal, this turbo trend leading to e-commerce transactions. If I'm Acme Feta, I totally get it. I can sign up really quick. Like, oh shoot, this is viral. Go now.
Yeah.
It's so interesting because your experience at Amazon was sort of the inverse. You were going into physical. Like, how do you foresee the next 5-10 years of like digital TikTok shop type stuff coexisting with brick and mortar? Because even an Amazon fresh brick and mortar couldn't work that fast, or can they? I don't know. Like, it's harder, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think, retailers, right, and grocery retailers who have been around for, between 100 and 150 years in kind of their true form, I think they are not going to rapidly change how they do business, right? The relative importance of any one segment or strategy may change, but the idea of a reset cycle, the idea of your staples, your middle 70%, you're always going to carry Coke and Diet Coke, and you are going to swap out some seasonal limited time offerings and some innovation. That's not going to change. I think the relative importance of that may change. So rather than 10% being innovation, they might expand that to 15%, based on what is trending and what consumers say they want. And we're seeing a couple of retailers do that now. I've heard that Target is now looking at what is trending on TikTok and making some selection decisions that way.
Mm-hmm.
But I foresee these channels coexisting because they're going to play different roles. I don't foresee a world in which consumers are doing full basket builds, or rather, I don't foresee a world in which the majority of consumers are doing full basket builds online every week, right? I think the role of a grocery store, while it's not 99% of shopping for groceries now, it's a little bit less following COVID. I still see that, there's a bunch of Krogers and Safeways around the country, and those are going to be where most customers do their full basket builds. I think the discovery and trial of products is likely going to come a bit higher up in the funnel, and probably more from an e-commerce perspective. So if I'm discovering something on TikTok, if I'm discovering something on Instagram, I think the barrier to purchase that and trial that is going to continue to come down. And that's where I'm going to make that purchase. It's closer to my discovery of that product, and I don't yet think of it as part of my full basket build. That said, if I like a product, there's very little reason why I would wait, 1 to 5 days to get that to come to my doorstep if I know I want to buy it regularly. And
Yeah.
it's probably going to be in my grocery store shortly thereafter, right? What we're seeing now is a lot of these brands who got their start on TikTok Shop or direct to consumer are now having velocities that will allow them to sell pretty well in brick and mortar retail chains. So
Interesting.
they're putting together those buyer stories, those retail pitches, where they're able to say, "Hey, I'm selling 1,000 units a week. I translate that to 5 units a week per store at your store. You should carry me on the shelf so all these customers can buy me like they already are."
I have this behavior where I have loads of screenshots of like TikToks or whatever I see because maybe
Yeah.
I'm like not in the mood. I'm just doom scrolling and not in the mood for having a transaction happen. But like I'm like, oh,
Sure.
this sauce, this whatever, and I'll catch up with it later. But I don't know what you make of this or if you see this on the other end. Like I always feel like if I see something on a TikTok or an Instagram and I go directly to their website to buy it, like relatively within 24 hours of seeing it, it's usually for things I really want. Like it has to really clear a high bar for me to do that.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like if I'm in the supermarket and I just stumble upon something that I'm like, oh, that looks interesting, I might just chuck it in the cart. Um, like from a brand's point of view, like how do you kind of deal with the different philosophies of how to market something really well in a Whole Foods or whatever versus a physical Whole Foods versus a like an online e-commerce thing? Like what's the difference in mindset?
Yeah, I think that some of that comes from the structure of the economics around this proposition, right? So Whole Foods has the ability to sell you a unit of Cameron's granola for $8, right? Because I know you're going to do a full basket build at $150 and I can afford to break that case, sell you a unit of it. Whereas if you discover Cameron's granola on TikTok Shop, it's not cost effective for me to ship you a case because I know it's going to, or ship you a unit because it's going to cost me $15 in shipping to ship to Mike. So
Yeah.
I need to sell you a case, which is why I think you've got a bit of apprehension, right? Because you've just discovered a brand. And to trial it as a brand on my direct to consumer site, I'm asking you to pay $45 and get a bunch of granola. And that seems like a pretty high risk to you, right? The chance that you don't like something that you've just discovered is relatively high. And I think brands need to de-risk that proposition for their direct to consumer site in a way that they don't need to in brick and mortar.
Mm-hmm.
That said, the barrier to starting my own direct to consumer site is so much lower than getting onto a shelf at Whole Foods that I need to essentially de-risk that proposition for you to get that velocity to then get into Whole Foods. So how I would think about it is like one way I could de-risk that for you is essentially coming together with a group of SKUs and giving you a bunch of flavors. So you'll like at least one of them. And maybe down the line, you purchase that every week at Whole Foods. But
Mm-hmm.
the chance that you don't like any of my flavors is far less than the chance that you don't like a single one of my flavors. And from a brand perspective, thinking about marketing on my direct to consumer site versus Whole Foods, the difference is like I have the real estate to tell you a story in a very different way than I do on Whole Foods or than I do on just the back of my package, which you might flip around at Whole Foods if you're lucky, right? I talk to brands and we talk about the real estate that they have is largely the front of pack. If you're lucky, customer turns to the back of pack. And if you're really lucky, maybe you get a shelf strip or something at a Whole Foods.
Mm-hmm.
But that's 100 words. On your website, you've got almost as much real estate as you want. But let's call it like on your homepage, you probably have 500 words to tell your story.
Well, and you're the only one telling a story.
And you're the only one
There's
telling a story.
10,000 brands telling you a story one time in the aisle, and your kid is screaming, and everything's going bananas, right? So it's a
Kids are
lot.
always screaming.
It's not the optimal place to tell a story, even in like the most optimal grocery store, like a
Yeah.
Whole Foods or an Erewhon or something like that. Well, okay, so it seems like the modern day like food entrepreneur, there's sort of this trifecta of like content, commerce, and like community. Like, what do you make of like the interplay between those three things, and how do brands kind of tackle all of those well?
Yeah, oof. How do they tackle all of them well? I have an advisory that I've just started, and I can give many strategies. But
Nice. Plug it up. Plug it up.
generally, I think content is something that is difficult, right? Like the visionary founder is rarely a content expert, and we're seeing a bunch of agencies stand themselves up or change their form from Amazon agencies to TikTok Shop agencies now, as TikTok Shop and others grow as channels, as other social commerce channels grow. Um, I think there's going to have to be some level of, let's call it a cursory understanding of how to create interesting content that comes along over the next 5 to 10 years for any founder. I think that's going to have to be in a brand's DNA, right? Historically, you've had to be inspirational and charismatic to raise capital. You'd have to be, you'd have to find a product market fit or identify a white space, and you have to be something of a good business person. Now, I think that something of a good business person requires you to acknowledge this set of channels, this social commerce, social media side, if not only to say yes to a social media hire, but also like probably to tell a founder story here and there. And that's not dissimilar to what you would do when raising capital and putting it in a deck. The format is just slightly different. So it's about continuing to be interesting and changing that charisma to appeal to a far broader base, right? If I'm going to produce videos on TikTok, I want 1 million people or 150 million daily users to find that interesting. And that means you're going to have to be there in the zeitgeist, hearing what's working, understanding what people are finding interesting. And that can come from you being there, which is tough for a founder who's, working 16 hours a day on their brand. Or you can find what's there by talking to experts who are there every day, like an agency.
I still think content is so the tip of the spear, because if you
I
have
agree.
really amazing content, you're going to naturally have a better chance of building a community. And then all the other all the other mechanics of running an efficient e-commerce business, if you've got money coming through the door, you can hire that talent.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't think having a bunch of growth hackers necessarily gets you amazing content on the parallel with the biggest influencers. You look at Hailey Bieber just sold her cosmetics brand for what, how many billion? 3 billion?
3
A
billion,
billion?
I think. Yeah.
3 years old. And I'm not in the cosmetics industry, so I can't tell what, but it seems like somebody with Hailey, like her name, she's already well known, which kind of means she's a content machine first. And that enabled people to even pay attention to her cosmetics, because I'm sure there's a lot of other good cosmetics out there, right? But why did hers get exited for 3 billion so fast? So I think that's a daunting proposition of like brands have to figure out how to nail content somehow. I don't see any way around that anymore.
And to your point, I think it is well that is one that is well made. This also makes me think of celebrity driven brands, right? Like celebrity driven brands, the traditional spokesperson model is out, and celebrity driven brands are in and have been for the last 5 years or so. In a way that is interesting, right? I think like the authenticity question comes into play a lot of times, and I think we're seeing varied levels of authenticity drive various outcomes in the market, right? I'm thinking about Khloe Kardashian's recent popcorn launch, which seems to be sold out at every Target in the country. But like you said, these personas, these folks who have content first lives, where she's been on camera for the last 15 years of her life, like she clearly knows content. She knows how to market a product. And it's a product that seems to align with her lifestyle. And for that reason, she's found a community, and that community has bought every bag of her popcorn across the country.
Just the amount of free attention she gets just by being like, just going to the gas station is like the equivalent of like a Super Bowl spot in some cases, right? Okay, so the other thing that I've noticed too is like it seems like TikTok is very much, it seems like the modern center of the content world for now, but Instagram was that maybe 6-7 years ago, and now like people trying to buy ads on Instagram, it's stupidly expensive and it's
Yeah.
so hard, right? But then even before Instagram, it was Facebook, and then that got really expensive. So like TikTok is like, do you ever see like a TikTok become a victim of its own success and becoming the next Instagram, where the acquisition costs are just so ridiculous that somebody goes to whatever is invented after TikTok, Like, are we just on this carousel of like arbitraging attention to whatever the next platform is? Or can something like a TikTok or an Instagram sustain itself as like the primary way to acquire users in the long run? That's a
I
pretty
don't.
existential question.
Yeah, I don't want to be too dystopian here or too pessimistic, but like history has a tendency to repeat itself. Right? Like the reality is these platforms need to, I mean, appease shareholders at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And sprint towards profitability. I think TikTok we're seeing become more ads driven. And as it becomes more ads driven, if that gets you traffic, then there are going to be more brands competing on those same words. There are going to be more brands spending on ads. That means the relative importance or ease with which you can arbitrage it declines. And that means that your return on ad spend is going to decline. That said, I talk to a lot of brands who feel like despite a lower return on their ad spend in Meta, they have no other choice. They need to continue there because that's where they've been spending millions of dollars, and that continues to drive customers. So I do think that we're going to continue to see a trend of being a victim of its own success for these platforms
But
because,
yeah.
oh, yes, by all means.
I think the one thing I've noticed on TikTok that I don't see as much on Instagram is all the sub niches seem much closer to like where, I mean, Reddit is the ultimate sub niche thing, right? And
Yeah.
I don't think TikTok is, maybe it's that granular, but like there's book talk, there's this talk, there's that talk. And so I don't know, maybe that's a hedge against that, is that you don't have to battle with all of TikTok. You just got to battle against book talk,
It is very niche. I will say my favorite example of this is Punjabi Canadian truck driver snack talk. I don't
No
know if
way.
that's hashtag, but yeah, I've got a brand who um who got on TikTok, shipped some samples to an affiliate, and started getting a bunch of sales to Canada. And it turns out there's a Punjabi Canadian truck driver snack sub community, and they compare their favorite snacks for their long hauls over the trans Canadian highway. And this guy was getting 5,000 orders that he had never had before. So yeah, I think to your point, I think there are sub niches that mitigate the impact to some degree.
Yeah.
But I imagine, like any platform, they're going to capitalize on that, and it's not going to be free forever or cheap forever. So folks should
Well,
arbitrage wherever they can.
well, yeah, because like some of them, like book talk is actually really big.
Yeah,
Like that's one of the big ones, right? So it's probably fairly hard if you're like a young author trying to get noticed on there. That's got to be, I mean, a huge deal if you get featured on there and by
agree.
people.
I think the benefit for at least the world of CPG is big CPG hasn't cracked the code yet, which I think is the case for any new channel. Really, is like the TikTok shop or social commerce doesn't fit into a nice marketing channel model or sales
Hmm.
channel model. So the big dogs haven't yet gone in full force. And I think
Yeah.
that is why it's basically as even a playing field as exists in the world of retail right now, which is what excites me as an emerging brands guy first and foremost, is like how these emerging brands, some earlier entrepreneurs can dive in and really succeed in a manner that would be remarkably difficult on a brick and mortar shelf where consumers habits are very different and the brand loyalty is very strong.
Well, and that checks out with a thesis that I've thought about for a long time, is like the nichification of big food is just continues, right? Because I feel like if you're on Punjabi Canadian truck driver talk, there's probably an opportunity as a mom and pop business. I mean, you might not get a huge exit from Mondelez or something like that, but like you could probably just run a really nice 10-20 million dollar business with like you and your spouse and
Yeah.
just live a good life, right? And just make a living off of that. and you might not be a household name, but who cares? Like you're doing it, right? And so I don't know. I just imagine, and yeah, people love to lampoon all the like the ridiculous like niche products you see at like an Erewhon, right?
Yeah.
But it is interesting to me that how like we've created an infrastructure where you can actually be that niche, because for every 10 people that mock it, there's one person that's like, no, that's my jam, you know?
Yeah,
And I don't know,
absolutely.
that's kind of the beauty of the internet, I guess.
I would agree. And if it, I hate to swing it this way, but like if it exists on the internet, someone's going to find it via AI at some point, right? And like that is also like how a mom and pop shop over the next 10 years is going to keep their team lean and come up with an innovation uh commercialization cycle that'll and an R&D workflow that allows them to introduce new snacks that
Yeah.
and new flavors that might be trending in places far off that I wouldn't
Yeah.
have ever thought about.
Well, I can't not ask an AI question to a ex Amazon and TikTok guy, but like, okay, I recently signed up for Google's Veo 3, the maximum
Yeah,
AI
scary,
tier, and the
very
video
scary.
is scarily good.
Mhm.
Um, TikTok is obviously video driven. Like, what do you make of the next 3 to 5 years of this just deluge of potential content that feels very realistic that we're going to see? Like, I already have a couple TikTok feeds that come up in my For You page that are just pure AI slop. Some are just straight up deep fake. But like, what do we do? Because it's just gonna be how can you compete with a server farm cranking out, potato chip brand videos or whatever?
I think consumers' eye towards this content, it will change, right? I mean, it depends on how good those server farms pumping out AI slop. It depends on how good they are at understanding what gets you to release your dopamine and what excites you, right? It's not exciting right now in my mind. Right? Like what excites me is a founder story. What excites a bunch of people on TikTok shop for who are shopping are, reviews of XYZ product. I mean, I guess if a server farm could pump out a bunch of fake affiliates who all look real, who get me to follow them, then there's something to be said for following them. But I think we do have to be very safe, right? The continuous question of biases in AI and adversaries in AI continues to frighten me slightly. And I think platforms are going to have to take it upon themselves to mark these videos as such, market them accordingly
Yeah.
so that the general population is not under the impression that deep fakes are real.
Hmm.
But it's going to get harder and harder. And to your point, I don't have a solve for that as these become more and more
I
real.
don't think anybody
Uh,
does.
we've just got to be ethical, I
Well, it
think.
feels like a cat and mouse game because I noticed recently the shift like on Instagram. There's a little switch that says like you have to like mark something as AI generated if it is. That also feels like the liquor website saying, "Are you 21?" Like, okay, cool. I guess, yeah, no, this is fine. So I don't know. It does really, I can totally see us playing a cat and mouse game for a really long time where maybe whatever software detection TikTok or Instagram or Meta, is creating is going to maybe win for a little bit, but then the next generation of Veo 4 is going to like supersede it. And it's just going to keep going. So
Yeah.
yeah, you're
Uh,
right.
according to Andrew Ng, one of the preeminent minds in AI, the the adversaries are the minority. There are a lot more use cases as it exists today for people to stop that, because I think we generally want to know what is AI as a population, and we have to believe that people are going to want to control the spread of adversarial content and deep fakes.
Yeah.
And I just have to believe that some of the smartest minds in the world are working on that in a manner that is going to not detriment the way we shop today.
Well, I think also like the public just kind of needs more time with it. Like if you
Mhm.
if you pull up an 80s movie that has special effects in it, it looks terribly dated right now because
Sure.
we've watched movies and how they've evolved and then but like if you watch that thing in the 80s, most people were probably like, "Whoa, how did they do that?"
Yeah.
So maybe that's the same thing with Gen AI is like we don't have the innate instinct yet to sense it really well.
Right.
But it just takes time for us to be around it more. So
Yeah. But that the rate of change is also shrinking, or I guess the rate of change is increasing. The time
That's
we
my
have
fear.
seems to be shrinking.
There's this video out there on YouTube somewhere where they showed the 2 years ago, like the Will Smith eating spaghetti video seems to be the avatar for like how far AI video content's come. And 2 years ago, it was laughably like just terrifying and horrible and clearly fake. And the current one still looks fake, but oh my God, it's gotten better, you know? And so I just wonder where it's going to go next. But
Yeah.
all right. Well, so speaking of the future, if you had a crystal ball about the future of retail, e-commerce in food and all that stuff, what question would you ask it?
What question would I ask my crystal ball? I would ask, ooh, do I want a real answer or an exciting answer to capitalize on?
I want both.
My real question that I would ask it, that might get a scary answer is, do our food systems change positively over the next 5 to 10 years in a manner that we can affect today, and how to do so? Right. And I guess the capitalist in me says, like, well, maybe if I get that answer, I can do well by doing good. But the capitalist in me says, like, what are the trends in the next 5 years and how can I capitalize on that? But I think, yeah, the question, like, I was talking to a sustainable fisherman, someone who's starting a sustainable fishing company that's big D2C right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking to the wife and talking about, like, does that customer exist and will that customer's choices matter in 10 years? Or is it all going to be too late and it's all far-flung vision to have sustainable farming practices? I think we're going in a happy-ish direction. I think the consumer is demanding more around transparency. But again, with a looming recession, I don't know how much we can shop our values, because that's ultimately my concern is, with the consumer having leverage, everything is well and good.
Yeah.
But if we go into a recession and everyone goes to buying the cheapest thing on the shelf, then we're going to be very challenged in how we can leverage that with the existing brands and manufacturers.
That's such a poignant but bittersweet point that I think is true. I saw a meme the other day that was talking about the egg price spikes right now, and it was something to the effect of like a lot of people about to find out how much they care about the ethics of their eggs right now, right? And I feel like that's the elephant in the room, and I think it's actually a challenge for people in the good food movement to be like, yes, I know a lot of food is artificially cheap, but there's also a mathematical reality, especially in a tough economy, is like it is a luxury to some point for people to actually shop a certain set of values, right? And so there's got to be a solution where we can kind of meet in the middle on that,
Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay.
I think buying chickens is the answer for everyone. Just
But
buy just chicken coop in the backyard. I mean,
I'm
see,
all in support of that because man, eggs straight out of the chicken are light years better than even the best grocery store eggs. So that's good. Okay, cool. Well, hey, thanks for sharing some time. You have such a wealth of experience. I'm excited for what happens to you next. We'll link up your details in this podcast description. But everybody, say hi to Cameron. Thanks so much for your time, buddy.
thanks so much, Mike. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure.
Okay. Okay, welcome back. We are joined now by our next guest here, Errol Schweitzer. He's publisher of the Checkout Grocery Update, formerly bigwig at Whole Foods and huge expert industry consultant of all things grocery. One of the smartest people I know of about the grocery industry. Welcome, Errol.
Thanks, Mike. Right back at you. Appreciate all your work.
So this podcast is about the future, but like maybe let's start in the past and maybe today. So I mean, you saw so much at Whole Foods, you scaled so much happening there during the boom of Whole Foods, and then you've kind of gotten to a point now where you've become a really smart consultant, but also very kind of critical about a lot of the things that are happening in the industry. How would you sort of characterize like the evolution of grocery from a decade ago to now?
Yeah, that's a lot to pack in. I think evolution's a good word because I think it's a development of ongoing trends. I cringe at the word disruption these days because I think a lot of the time it's more of the same repackaged. There's a lot of positives and there's also a lot of things, as you say, that I'm critical about, but it's things that I was critical about in my role at Whole Foods too. I mostly just voiced them internally and actually did a lot of work to address a lot of those things in our supply chain and business practices. But I see like 3 or 4 major trends that I'm tuning into, and my newsletter as well as my occasional Forbes columns really put the time in. And this is coming from my experience both as head of grocery at Whole Foods, but been a board member consultant for I don't know, 20, 25 companies, retail, independent grocers, as well as emerging CPG brands and a couple bigger brands. And I think the first thing I want to say, trend wise, that I'm watching is, the role of essential workers, the role of people actually doing the work. I think sometimes people are surprised when I talk about it because, just because maybe I was somewhat upwardly mobile. I started out as a stock clerk. I've done, landscaping and gardening, some farm work, construction, warehouse, every kind of manual labor, right? And I was very fortunate. I worked really hard, but I was also very lucky and I had good timing. I was able to move up at Whole Foods into positions of ever increasing headache or responsibility. And spent 7 years as their VP of grocery. But I started out as a stock clerk. And a lot of my formative experiences, were at that level. A lot of my friends. I am still very interested in the compensation, the treatment, the points of view, the perspectives of people in those roles, without which the stores wouldn't function, without which the trucks, the warehouses, the processing facilities, and mostly the farms just wouldn't function. And, I don't see a lot of positives in that from the industry, and right now, especially from our federal government, although I'm very independent. I was just as critical of the previous administration too, if you've been following my Forbes pieces.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. The second thing is, in my role at Whole Foods especially, I was always very interested in innovation.
Yeah.
And product development and new trends and, quote, better for you, healthy eating, wellness. But also, my biggest categories at Whole Foods were snacks and ice cream. So, I'm not one of these guys who wants to take food stamps away from poor people, not let them buy, not let them purchase soda, because they're not getting paid enough at their job. I still believe in having fun, but I also have done a lot of work to build better for you supply chains and infrastructure. And that's the other thing that I'm watching very carefully. In particular, I've written, I think somewhat critically about Maha, praising them for what they're saying, and some of the things they're saying correctly, and being critical of how that is run counter to their actions, in home, the Health and Human Services division, as well as the rest of the Trump administration. The third thing that I'm very keen on is pricing. And when you talk about grocery pricing, you have to talk about market structure. You have to talk about consolidation and concentration of ownership and governance. You have to talk about profit, which is necessary. We have to make a profit in the private sector. It's part of, legally obligated. You cannot exist without it. But how profiteering, extreme wealth concentration has driven up prices. Something I've written about extensively, documenting using very generously shared NIQ data, very generously shared other syndicated data. So pricing is very interesting to me, especially with a lot of the froth around tariffs, trade war, which I've also written about. I'm not an expert on trade, but I know how tariffs work. I've worked with a lot of importers. And tariffs are a tax. They will drive up your costs, just so we're clear. But I also think it's okay to have conversations about trade, because I do think that economics of the last 25 years has gutted the manufacturing sector. So that's why I talk a lot about infrastructure and jobs and the workplace. And so pricing is really important because grocery prices have gone up 40% in major consumable categories, and demand has flatlined. So, what you learn in economics, I never took an economics class. I was actually a biology major, and took a little sociology and environmental studies. But from what I understand, economics talks about supply and demand and impacting price. And that model is really broken in the grocery industry. Demand has really flatlined, yet prices keep going up. Consumer prices rise faster than producer prices. Producer prices are actually decreasing across the world. I believe the UNFAO documented 8% decline in producer prices over the last recent time frame. But you're not seeing that reflected in grocery shelves.
Do you think that's attributed to just kind of consolidation in the industry, giving them just more pricing power and they just can increase price?
Yeah, I mean, it's an oversimplification, but a lot of it does have to do with market concentration. The complication with that is the largest grocers are also the cheapest prices. So you can't just look at retail. You also have to look at wholesale. You have to look at manufacturing, where a lot of the profit really is at the processing manufacturing level. When you look at the size of manufacturers and processors, they're quite a bit larger than most of the retailers, even though the biggest, retail and food company in the world is Walmart. Between Walmart and Sam's, 30% of the industry. However, they also have some of the best prices. Even though their prices have gone up, they're still a lot cheaper. And they're able to leverage their market power to get advantageous pricing from suppliers. So I'm very careful about oversimplifying it, because you have to look at the thing as a whole, and that's why I end up writing, pretty much anytime I write about pricing, it's a dissertation. Because you start teasing all this stuff out, and it's complicated. So those are sort of the trends that I'm paying attention to and that I'm very interested in.
Well, how does the third one about pricing connect maybe to the first one about labor? Like, is there a correlation there, relationship there? Or?
There had been until COVID-19, in that for the past 75 years, labor costs typically drove up retail prices. Usually inflation was the result of increased labor costs. And that got flipped on its head during COVID-19. And this is not me making this up. This is like multiple studies that I've written from like different Federal Reserve banks, from Bureau of Labor Statistics, from independent groups like Economic Policy Institute, et cetera, that during COVID-19, the equation flipped, that even though there were wage gains, there weren't real wage gains relative to the increase in prices. And according to a number of St. Louis Federal Reserve, the World Trade Organization, or maybe it was the International Monetary Fund, and others, it was actually corporate profits that drove, depending on the study, between 40 and 50+% of price increases. And so when you read about, over COVID-19, if you look, historically, 2020, 2021, 2022, record profit margins, so it's highest profit margins since World War II, and record stock buybacks, record dividends, correspond very closely with the highest rate of increase in price. So if we understand what inflation actually is, it's just a measure of the rate of change of price. And that if you also look at, where those prices were going up, it was consumable packaged food categories, processed food categories, quote, added value. And so labor did make some gains. So you did have wage gains during COVID-19, primarily at the bottom of the wage tiers: service workers, domestic workers, retail clerks. There was a lot of labor activism, and there was the quiet quitting, the great resignation, this sort of low intensity general strike where people like, I don't want to die at work. I'm going to get a new job, or I'm just not going to show up. Because frankly, and we forget about this, we have short memories in America. 1 million people died during the pandemic. And I don't remember the exact amount, but highly concentrated in and around the food industry and meat processing plants and grocery stores. Tens of thousands of people got sick, and I believe several hundred at least in the industry died. That doesn't count community and family members. So pricing historically had been connected to higher labor costs, and more recently has been documented very extensively as being connected with profiteering. And the way that happened, and this is also really interesting, is that the hysteria around supply chain fiascos, bottlenecks, which happened and early in the pandemic, but then also during the war,
sure.
COVID-19, and then some of those were real issues. And it's been documented. I've documented, other folks have documented over and over and over again that retailers, food processors, manufacturers were able to take additional profit on top of the increase that they received from their suppliers. So skimming some additional margin. And that's how come the profit margin in some of these industries increased. And it wasn't consistent because a lot of them also took write-downs. Some of them also incurred higher labor expense. Their overall sales and revenue grew, and their overall profit dollars hit record levels for several years. And I also want to point out, this is actually a Bureau of Census study showed that for a number of these retailers and processors, net margins also hit record levels. So that was not consistent, but for a number of the biggest ones. So it was a Bureau of Census study, which I found through an FTC study that referenced it. I was like, oh, weird. I hadn't even read that one.
Wow.
And so the result of this pricing power is the result of market concentration.
Yeah.
Pricing power is right now not the result of people quitting their jobs, which is, it's sort of flipped on its head right now. A lot of stores are still having a hard time finding people to hire, but there's also, higher numbers of layoffs and job turnover now. In fact, those numbers, unemployment claims are increasing now as well. So yeah, it's an interesting puzzle to put together because you would assume that A, inflation is the result of higher demand, which didn't happen in the food industry,
right?
And B, the result of, low wage employees demanding higher wages, which they did get, but it was not the majority of input into inflation as documented by, banks and government statistics.
Well, what's your take on automation, right? Because that's the elephant in the room a lot. And if you're a, large grocery, conglomerate CEO, it seems like the writing's on the wall and pretty clear of automation's maybe the way to, I don't know, plow forward and not have to deal with a lot of this stuff, which is sad for, the laborers. But I don't know, what's your take on, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I recently wrote another piece about cashiers. I believe that cashiers should all be celebrities. I mean, if you ever go to a grocery store, probably the best part of the shopping experience is when you talk to a chatty, friendly cashier who's literally counting change, bagging your groceries, scanning items. I mean, they're superstars. Yet they're also the first employees that stores want to eliminate because cashiers, that sort of guest checkout, that front end of the store is usually 1/4 of the labor budget of the whole store.
Yeah.
And so if you amortize, you should do a little math in your head. That's sometimes 2 or 3% of all sales or more. So the front end cashiers, it's expensive for these stores. And so my point is that these are the most essential of essential workers. However, it's also the first ones that, a lot of retailers are saying, well, we need to cut back. And, a lot of younger people like, the self-checkouts. However, self-checkouts are a shrink fest, in terms of people shoplifting or not scanning stuff. And you still need staff to go and supervise.
Yeah.
I mean, I've used self-checkouts a bunch recently when I've been in a rush or just wanting to try out the self-checkouts at different chains. And honestly, I hate it. I honestly hate it because half the time, especially if you get something that's the UPC is wrapped around something like a cucumber,
right,
or a broccoli stem, and you got to straighten out the UPC and try to scan it yourself, or take it off, and then they have to come over to help you because then you feel embarrassed that that you're a spaz and can't actually get through it yourself.
I forget buying alcohol. What's wrong with me? Oh gosh, you have to come over and I feel like a miscreant.
Yeah, we spray mildew with Everclear, and actually I don't drink. I'm not. I've been dry other than having maybe a beer or two a year.
You guys is in your home?
In our home, we use Everclear.
Oh,
it's
for
great
mildew.
For mildew. Yeah. So I go to the liquor store and I buy a couple bottles of Everclear, and you should see the judgmental looks I get.
Especially
I'm like,
for Everclear. Yeah.
yeah, no.
Like,
I'm
there's
getting
so
what
these
kind of
big
party
things
are you having?
Yeah. I'm like, I don't drink, I swear, it's for mold. Nobody believes me.
Yeah, everyone's
Anyway,
like, yeah, sure.
yeah, mildew tips from Grocery Nerd.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Writing that down.
so yeah, I mean, it's a material benefit if they're just managing their bottom line to eliminate cashiers, but I think it makes the retail experience much poorer. I think the main issue I have is that it's one of the most popular blue collar jobs is cashiering,
Right.
cashier and sales associates.
Right.
It's primarily employs women, and it's a lot of younger women and it's a lot of older women, and they do it for like the length of their career, and so it's an existential question for blue collar work.
Yeah.
And so that's one aspect. Another aspect which I experience in a lot of retail clerks is automated ordering and replenishment, auto replenishment, machine learning, algorithms, AI, which most chains have adapted. And over the last 10 or 15 years, just reordering product
Mm-hmm.
in stores is radically different than when I used to do it. When I had to
You mean for inventory of the store, not for the
in
customer?
the store. I'm just talking about
Yeah.
in the store. And this is a big deal because this is also labor within the store. So if you're talking about automation saving money, so there's positives to it if it's machine assisted inventory in terms of more accurate ordering and forecasting and replenishment. But it also de-skills the job. And so when I used to do in-store ordering, in-store inventory, I had to know more or less inventory levels for thousands of items in my head every day, what we had on shelf, what we had in the back room, what we had just put on promotion, what maybe was going out of stock. I would have considered it at the time a highly skilled job.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's been de-skilled where you just scan it. I mean, look, there's a positive to that. It does save you some work. But the other side of that is say, well, we don't need as many people doing this in our stores. We can cut back. And what usually you hear the CEOs say, which is always bullshit, it's always bullshit, is we're reassigning those tasks. We're reassigning those folks to do other jobs. No, you're not.
That's the line.
You're looking at your labor budget and you're
Yeah.
saying, I could save 25 basis points. And I'm going to put that towards the bottom line, period. I mean, that's just the math involved. So I think de-skilling is a problem because I do believe technology can be used to make the jobs easier and more efficient. What it's usually geared towards is additional gross margin,
profit taking. Yeah.
And that's something that I feel like trying to quantify the consumer experience of actually being in the store and having those interactions like doesn't factor in, or I don't know how it factors in if you've seen that, because I do remember, especially like at the height of me discovering Whole Foods coming into, our areas and kind of having that employee who knows like, hey, I'm looking for this product. We don't have that, but we have this one. And have you tried this? And would you like a sample of this? Or, hey, just take that on us. And like, that was one of the reasons that reinforced the shopping experience that drove the loyalty for me as a customer. So
yeah, no,
it feels like
for
that's
many years I was one of
short-sighted.
those people. That's how I moved up.
That's the OG
so, no,
Whole
I totally
Foods
agree.
experience.
I'm sorry, I jumped in before you
No,
finished
go
your
ahead.
sentence. But labor dollars like that have been eliminated from a lot of those stores, or those teams have been combined. You walk into a lot of these stores now, and it's not just Whole Foods.
Right.
The fastest growing, grocers are the discounters, the deep discounters, and they run very low labor models.
Like
They
Dollar
don't have
Generals or like Aldi's?
Aldi,
or
Lidl,
Yeah.
as well as Trader
Yeah.
Joe's. Trader
Aldi
Joe's
is like center of self-checkout now. And I was going to say earlier that their labels are huge. Like their barcodes are on this side, they're on this side. Like you can't miss it. Like you can't mess it up. They're like definitely leaning into that to try to eliminate even having to come over. They don't check well, I shouldn't say this. Sometimes when I am buying a bottle of wine, I'm expecting to have to show an ID and then the purchase is just approved. So they're like kind of looking over at me and being like, okay, she's got it. So it's very interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, I did a deep dive into Aldi's business model and the math on how and why Aldi and Lidl is actually doing much better in Europe than Aldi right now, but in the US, Aldi is crushing it. They're doing really well. They're even, the Aldi and Trader Joe's parent company, Aldi Sud, Aldi Nord, are even considering merging. Trader Joe's is also doing really well in the US. And these are low labor model stores. They're self-service. They don't have full service skilled butchers. You see people stocking, and what they're usually doing is rotating between stocking one department. They ring a bell, they run up to the cash register, they have to ring people up. They ring a bell again, they change
So
shift.
they're
They go to
multitasking
the
people. Oh,
yeah,
interesting.
throughout your whole shift. So it's a very different labor model, and it saves them a lot of money, which, for the most part, they're passing on to customers, which is why something at Aldi may be $1.99, but something at your local independent's $3.99 for like the same product. And a lot of that, not only the labor, but what I also wrote about their supply chain and how they do their pricing and how they do their, et cetera. Go ahead.
Earlier in this episode, Melanie was definitely singing the praise. She's you're an Aldi fan.
I am. I'm an Aldi. I'm an Aldi girly.
Yeah. How could you not? I mean, what they're selling for. They sell a pretty good array of product.
One thing that I noticed recently, actually, and I was just talking about this internally, is that Aldi has their own, versions of like, this is a whatever type of barbecue sauce for $1.99, but they're also starting to stock the trending actual product instead of making their own version of it. So the Bachan's Japanese barbecue sauce on the shelf, the like Rao's pasta sauce. And it's so interesting to see like them recognizing maybe that some of their customers don't want to have to go to multiple stores, but they do demand more from some things in some categories.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they're real keen. They're very smart, and they package it and they market it, and it looks just kind of like everything. So if you look at their Coca-Cola, it's the same bottle color, package color.
There's a lawsuit
they're
right
actually
now.
getting sued by Mondelez.
The Mondelez, yeah.
Which I think is like, because actually it's funny. I went and looked at the Aldi cookie packaging, and then I looked at Lidl, then I looked at Kroger, then I looked at like AWG, Associated Wholesale Grocers, and CNS and Topco. And it feels a little specious because kind of everybody's
doing
Oreo knockoffs
right.
look like Oreos. And I'm not sure why they singled out Aldi, especially when you look at Lidl too. So we'll see how that goes.
I think is ironic because I always thought Hydrox was the knockoff to Oreo, but it turns out it was the other way around. Hydrox was the first,
OG.
And Oreo is the knockoff, so
it's Hydrox is the OG. Sorry, yeah.
Hydrox is going to jump into the ring and say, "Wait a second, if we're talking here."
Hydrox was suing Mondelez. I don't know where that went because they thought that they were leveraging their market power to keep Hydrox off shelves. So it was another sort of antitrust.
I mean, that's sort of the. I mean, history is usually written by the victors, right? And I think that's how the Oreo story has kind of gone, right? I think to the point where I thought Hydrox was a knockoff is just kind of hilariously dark to me. I can't not let you off the hook here without talking about a recent piece, this huge piece that you put out that was so interesting about Maha. And you kind of refer to it as kind of a misdirection. And I kind of feel the same way. So, I mean, like, I don't want to over paraphrase or simplify, but essentially it sounds like your thesis is like, obviously they're focused on all these things with ultra processed foods, food dyes and all that stuff. And that's all well and good. But it seems like that might just be window dressing stuff that is distracting from more fundamental issues to the health of our food system. Can you talk a little bit about that? Did I capture that right?
Yeah, and I know a lot of folks involved with Maha, and I'm actually finding out more and more like long-term colleagues or in leadership roles, and I'm like, oh, I wonder if they're reading my stuff or if somebody's going to send me they're going to put a horse's head in my bed someday. But it's really just like, look, I don't disagree with a lot of the statements. It's just like I was doing all that at Whole Foods, and I've continued to do a lot of supply chain, regenerative ag, soil health, wellness, eliminating, some of the worst processing aids and artificial ingredients, genetically modified organisms. For me, though, it was always about creating more consumer choice. And I've always positioned myself and my criticism of, big food, big industry, particularly around ownership and governance, which we've talked about. And so my basic thesis is really like, I'm not going to tune into what they're saying anymore. I'm just watching what they're doing. And so if they say we're having great conversations, we're considering, like people are texting me, but they're considering, it's all like passive future tense. It's actually very similar, Mike. It's very similar to the rhetorical tools that a lot of food tech advocates use about this could, this can, this will possibly.
It's very carefully crafted language.
Yeah, and it's like, wait, but this doesn't exist yet. This is a conversation that you had, as opposed to when they want to bomb somebody, they launch the missiles or they ship them the missiles.
Right.
It's very different. Or if they want to, think of all the other things this administration is doing, or the last administration too. There's plenty that we could, I don't need to get partisan here. There's a bipartisan consensus that has raised food prices and have kept the food industry this consolidated, as much as there has been what I'm calling virtue signaling at this point. And look, if they do things, I will sing their praises. I will recognize what they do. There's no bias here. Like, of course, I want to see these things done. And I'm leaving the whole vaccine and a lot of the health and human services debate.
We're just talking about
out of this.
Part.
I'm talking. My lane is grocery and food, and that's what I'm talking about. What they have talked about with food, and the food stuff keeps me more than full-time busy. So the things that they are doing run counter to that. And a few things that I brought up. The one thing that really stung was they killed the local food infrastructure purchasing program, over $1 billion, which is like, that is not the most MAHA policy ever. The second thing I pointed out was the same week that the MAHA report came out, the FTC refused to pursue an antitrust investigation against Pepsi for, possible price collusion, price discrimination against independent grocers. It's like, why is the Frito, and Frito is 60% of Pepsi sales, why is it so much cheaper at Walmart? To the point where it's cheaper to buy it on shelf at Walmart than it is for independents to get it from their wholesalers. Wow. That's not a function of scale. So there's also, and I don't want to just stay talking about that, but it's important, is that MAHA has had a complete blind spot about essential workers and food supply chain workers, to the point now where I actively send them emails and texts. I'm like, what about the people who are actually harvesting, growing the food? If you are proposing, I'm gonna just, there's a line in the sand here. I'm gonna say it, Mike. If you're proposing regenerative soil health, if you're proposing any kind of even food tech, whatever it is, any kind of food system, without not only acknowledging, but I would say centering the people who are doing the work, you're just creating another plantation economy. You are just creating another inequitable system, period. And right now, MAHA has dug themselves a hole because they're refusing to say anything about ICE agents literally chasing farm workers through the fields.
Yeah.
Preventing them from harvesting the food that is going to rot, because who else is going to do that?
Yeah.
Nobody's volunteering to go and do farm work. People do farm work because it's the worst paid, worst conditions, and you have to be desperate to do that kind of work. And so who does it? It's the majority is undocumented and legal immigrants.
Yeah.
Right? And so they're literally chasing food workers through the fields. They just busted Glen Valley Foods the other day, a meat processor, and arrested half the people. Or arrested, detained, kidnapped, trafficked. I don't know. So, and this is the problem is I have to be careful about the type of words, because technically they didn't detain them because they didn't have court orders. It wasn't as if they're following due process here.
Yeah, it's just
they
pick them up and
kidnapped and or trafficked these people to locations unknown who are harvesting, processing your food. And that's the main thing, with MAHA, is they've been radio silent on it. And, some are privately well, I don't agree with certain things the administration is doing. Then say something. Speak out. Because you don't want to lose your seat at the table. That's the problem, because you got Stephen Miller, renowned white supremacist, on the MAHA commission. Yeah. And if you say something positive about immigrants, Miller is going to be like, this guy's
you're out of the table. Yeah.
But then, and then finally, the other big critique I had about MAHA, which talks about, federal funding, is there are a lot of MAHA folks who are saying, oh, this is great. Let's not let poor people use SNAP to buy soda. And so this is where I err libertarian. I'm like, I don't care what people use the funds for. One, it's not enough to get through the month no matter what you buy. Two, you're only on it because you're not getting paid enough at your job.
Mm-hmm.
period. And I'll tell you, this is from personal experience, Mike. When I was at Whole Foods, both in a store level management position and then in a regional buying position, I was eligible for SNAP. I didn't take it because I sort of aired, like on certain things like this, I aired libertarian. I'm like, I just don't want to deal with the government unless I have to.
Yeah.
However, I respect the right of other folks to say, I do want to use that because I'll use my $250, $300 a month and I'll be able to buy more groceries, right? I don't care what they buy with it. I believe it's the supply chain, stupid. Oxford comma. If you don't have the infrastructure to create and accurately price healthy food, you cannot expect everybody to just do it on their own. And like also when you look at the product assortment, the dollar stores and the mass merchants, 70% processed food. So that's the other blind side here, is that the Maha people have thrown in with this let's cut SNAP, as opposed to what I actually say. We need to get rid of means testing. We need to get rid of these work requirements. We need to get rid of just like, it's like create it like a SNAP UBI. Just say everybody gets, I don't know, $1,000 a month to buy food.
Yeah.
And by the way, and this is something that I've actually been pushing, is like we could actually make all fresh produce free in this country at point of sale. We could easily pay for it, easily. Fresh produce at retail is about $90 billion in retail sales.
Ugh.
That is about 1/2 of what the increase in military spending that happened under the Biden administration. And it's about what the increase in military spending will be annually under the Trump administration. So look, what's our priorities here? Bombs or berries?
Yeah.
I prefer blueberries, frankly. And I personally think we can ratchet back to a military industrial complex the size of Brazil's and not have 900 foreign military bases. So these are, I think, major blind spots around Maha of like what they say around food. There's a lot of really good stuff there. What they're doing.
Yeah. And that's why it's like, to me, Maha always seemed like a lot of cognitive dissonance, because the party lines are pretty like appealing to hear. Like, yeah, I want all this stuff out of my food. Yes, I want healthier food. But I also find it really ironic. And I don't know how long even RFK will even last in this administration, because this administration on a lot of things came up because they were supposedly very, very, very pro-business, right? Like, we're going to make it really good. I
just don't know what that means, Mike. It's like, but which business? It's like, I'm pro-business. I work with emerging brands and independent retailers. You know?
Like for instance, like say, I don't know, like agrochemical industry, right? You would think this industry would be very friendly to the agrochemical industry. However, then you've got Maha saying, no, we got to get that stuff out. So I'm like, where does the rubber
really
actually hit the road? That's
the
what I
biotech
mean.
Lobby. That's been hilarious to see that they're, the GOP going after agribusiness and big food and big CPG and the Consumer Brands Association. So that's great. I actually don't think Maha's accomplished enough other than saying mean things and getting some virtual handshakes of like, well, they've done a voluntary agreement to get artificial colors out of Pepsi. Artificial color, that's great. If you want to, if
it's a drop in the
go
bucket.
after Pepsi, it's like high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah,
I mean that's the main ingredient, and then market concentration and ownership of supply chains. It's just like,
that's what
guys,
I mean. Like,
I'm not going to give you a handshake for that. I'm not high-fiving you.
But that's
for
the point.
Getting a voluntary deal from the artificial colors. Sorry. Why? Because I've built supply chains on cleaner label soda.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I did for 15, 20 years. Is we built alternatives. We built infrastructure. So I want them to push harder on these things. And to their point, the Maha Coalition did send a pretty strongly worded letter out this week opposing some of the big ag subsidies in the new big beautiful bill. So it was good to see them grow spines and stand up to the administration. Even Jillian Daniels, Biggest Loser host, actually pinned down Lee Zeldin from the EPA, because the EPA is very much in the pocket of big chemical lobby, and asked some tough questions. So I appreciate and recognize what they're doing, but when you're that close to the power source right now, and you look at a lot of what this administration is doing around occupational health and safety, like RFK rolling back heat worker protections.
Yeah.
That to me is unforgivable.
Yeah.
That's a red line in the sand. I've lived in Texas on and off for 20 years. You need heat protections for essential workers. Anybody who's working on, I was a part-time landscaper for 15 years here in Austin. Mostly on weekends, 10, 20 hours a month. It was brutal. And I did it throughout the year. And to say that people who are doing that full time do not have heat labor protections, that is not a necessary function of government, and that you're just going to leave it to, in Texas, the employers, where you have the highest rate of construction worker deaths in Texas.
Yeah, that's got to be a thing.
It's actually unthinkable. And to me, it's like one of those things, like they have a major blind spot around the role of workers. And so a lot of what they're talking about, to me, can be cut and pasted into plantation economics.
Yeah.
And that, to me, I think those are the major red flags that I'm saying, these are sort of structural issues with MAHA, that there's a major bias towards the wealthy and well-heeled and privileged.
Yeah. Yeah, like I just don't ever, like, it sounds like a very Maha statement to say, like, oh, we should ban glyphosate. Do I believe that would ever actually happen? No, because I think there's going to be a lobby that's going to step in and be like, no, that's what I mean is like how is Bayer going to let that happen?
Yeah, it's a whole process, and this is why I like a lot of what the agroecological movement, which is in the U.S. very academic, but they talk about how do you transition agricultural systems. Like there's a researcher in Texas, Alex Rosellis, who works with farmers to transition them off of herbicides. And so if you just say ban glyphosate, these farmers are going to use quats instead. They're going to use paraquat or diquat, which are worse. Okay. And so that's one of the issues why I've not joined just the glyphosate free movement. I believe in a systemic approach. You have to work with growers to transition them off of the chemical treadmill, which is all about different growing systems in different climates. That's why, like this guy down at UT Rio Grande, Alex Rosellis, he's so clued in. He's working in one of the toughest climates in North America, the Rio Grande Valley, which is also one of the most productive, working with farmers to figure out how to transition themselves off of some of these agrochemicals, which when they end up in our food make us sick.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not gonna disagree on that. And that's also one of the reasons why I've been such a big advocate and critic of organic agriculture, because it obviously doesn't allow that sort of stuff. However, you do end up with a lot of residue because that stuff is everywhere, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody uses Roundup.
Yeah.
Have you been to Home Depot or Tractor Supply lately?
Oh, it's
and you see the big stacks of Roundup.
It's still all there. I saw like 3 commercials.
So it can't just be like ban glyphosate. And it's like, for me, that's a huge facepalm because it's not a systemic approach. And it's better than, it's not like virtuous signaling, but to me, it capitalizes on the hysteria about one product as opposed to a systemic analysis of like, how do we transition these growers off the chemical treadmill? How do we get more folks to meet the market demand for organic and regenerative products, which, while I can't speak to the market demand for regenerative, I can tell you with organic, so much organic these days is being imported from other countries. It's like 4 or 5% of all food sales in the US are organic, but only 1% of acreage. We're importing the balance. And then, of course, the other problem with organic is, we've also been calling hydroponic organic too. Leave that. I don't have an issue with hydroponic. I just think you need more accurate labeling.
Yeah.
And the point here, though, is that when you say like, oh, glyphosate free, it sounds sexy. And yes, of course, but paraquat and diquat are worse.
Yeah.
And we don't want folks to say, well, I need to kill my weeds with something because I'm still on the chemical treadmill. And my brother-in-law is my input salesman. And I can't say to him, I'm just, this stuff is really deep. And having worked with a lot of growers over the years, I just think we need to put a lot more care and thought into what I lean on the term a just transition.
Yeah.
Like we need to figure out how to make these transitions happen. And there's systems, there's frameworks in the marketplace already that are attempting that. Like I've talked a lot about values-based procurement, good food purchasing programs, as well as quality standards from a lot of leading retailers like Whole Foods or also natural grocers, et cetera.
Well, this is why I think what your work in writing is so important, because, like, we've been around CPG for a long time, and there's that old kind of saying that people say is like, when you're designing your label on CPG, like, the consumer has 0.2 seconds to make a judgment call, right? And that's like so many, like the glyphosate example and the dicot example, I think is so illustrative, because you're right, the glyphosate headline is so much more well known and seemingly binary to the average person, yet they don't have time to explore the nuance of like what that actually means. And I think that happens a lot in grocery stores. I'm not blaming grocery per se for that, but I just think there's just so much stuff, and we've kind of lost a venue to kind of talk in a nuanced, systematic way about food, and everyone's just kind of getting to the headline of this is bad or good, this is in or out,
I think too, there's also the part where how many people out there don't even know what glyphosate is, and then they
let
have to
alone
learn
dicot.
that first before
Mhm.
then they learn the rest of it. Because so many of the things that we look at, I mean, just like claims, familiarity with things, people just don't know. They don't know yet, especially
Yeah,
with
and you also
newer
got to think.
things.
I mean, we've done a really good job in this country of gutting public education
Yeah.
and higher education, and we also have this social media platforms, which is like 30-second short form videos,
Yeah.
with a cool soundtrack. It's one of the reasons why in my newsletter I'm writing long form essays, and I want people to slow down and actually read. And some of the things I write are like really detailed, and like I'll get a note saying some of your sentences are really long, and I'm like, I know, it's because I want you to pay attention. I don't
I
want you to skim it,
I
because I'll still
appreciate.
have some jokes in there, but
Yeah,
like
right.
I'm going to
I
make you do
picked
the
up
work.
on that, and I feel a kindredness to you, because this is like the third hour of this podcast episode, and like so many people said to me like, why are you making these podcast episodes so long? Because I was like, because I can't do a 10-minute soundbite conversation with people like Errol, and that's not interesting, and that's not satisfying to me. I don't think that really helps anybody. Before I let you go, I want to ask you a little bit about like, what is your vision for the future of grocery look like to make it better, however you define better, and sort of like, if you kind of had a magic wand and you could just kind of force a change to a few things or something that would make the biggest impact, what do you think that might be?
Oof. Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly, I don't say I'm pessimistic right now, but I know of things that I think should be done. I
Mm-hmm.
don't believe that they're in the in the works right now. I don't see them happening unless there's a major upswelling. I would say three things would be a living wage baseline for all grocery workers. That's the first thing. All food chain, including farm workers, and farm workers in addition need to be protected by labor laws, which in many states they're not. They were exempt from the Wagner Act, National Labor Relations Act. So let's start there. Anybody is working, full labor protections, and a livable wage to start with. And the math is on our side. If you had looked at tracking wages to the rate of productivity since the 70s, it would be 26 an hour. If you tracked wages to the rate of corporate profits, it would be like 45 bucks an hour, right? So that's the first thing. Second thing is I do think we need to disaggregate the food industry. I think we need to break them up. I support independents. I support cooperatives. I support employee-owned stores.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we need to break up big grocery,
Mm-hmm.
as well as big CPG,
Mm-hmm.
as well as big wholesale, as well as big seed and agricultural inputs. Like, I think we need to disaggregate the food industry. And that's a process. That's not like something you do overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Very disruptive, because they control the supply chains, they control the inputs, they control the raw materials, they set prices, they manage the supply chain relationships. And then the third thing I would say would be a transition to a values-based procurement framework, which I think is a little more accessible, a little more holistic than, say, like the sort of the high touch quality standards at a Whole Foods or a Thrive Market or Natural Grocers. But over, I believe, 60 public institutions around the country and well over a dozen cities have done this values-based procurement, good food purchasing programs.
Mm-hmm.
Their major bottleneck is middle infrastructure supply chain. There's not a bottleneck in demand. When you look at all the consumer surveys about what the young people want, especially, they want sustainable, they want ethical, they want greener, they want holistic, right? So I think a industry-wide transition. I'm talking about at least 10 years, maybe 15, it could be even 20, because we're talking about transitioning hundreds of millions of acres. Because it also means looking at, well, why is so much of our agricultural land going into animal feed for conventional feedlot, beef and chicken?
Right.
And how can we put some, precautionary approach to new food technology development, which is something I've written about. Not against it. I just want to be careful about it. And, how do we also incorporate more plant-based, more plants, just plants, let's say plant-based plants, fruits, vegetables, beans, legumes, into diets, into menus, and then, how do we treat everybody in the supply chain ethically if animals are being consumed, but also, once again, going back to food workers, supply chain workers, et cetera. So those would be the three things: would be, wage and worker protections, disaggregation of the food industry towards, one that's employee, worker-owned, cooperative, and independent. And then the third thing would be values-based procurement. So that's my food manifesto. I pretty much say those things at the end of almost any major article that I write, because I've been consistent around them for the last several years and deeply believe that those would go a long way towards fixing some of the major problems we have.
And I can attest to that, having been in your orbit for a decade plus. You are extremely consistent with that stuff. I really appreciate you coming on here to spend some time with us and share all these valuable insights. Everybody listening, please go subscribe to Errol on Substack at the checkout Grocery Update Substack. We'll link it up in this description. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Errol Schweitzer.
Thank you for all your work you're doing, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks for listening to this episode of The Tomorrow Today Show. The Tomorrow Today Show is a production of the Spoon Podcast Network, with writing, hosting, editing, and music by me, Mike Lee.